Nah, you didn't get me that time. I realised that I didn't let my recorder start. It's not even hot out here. I'm so hot. I can't put It's correcting this in water because she's water. Come on. bag just fell over on its own. Now you're standing up.
Yes.
Ben's over there, Caleb's over there, Charlie's over there. Jamie's not in school yet.
Don't know that.
What? What?
Why are you both in school?
Because he thinks I can't see them.
See what?
Jamie's role playing as his dad because he never found him. And Liam is too. They're both role playing as their dad because they're invisible.
I'm joking, okay?
You always say you're joking.
Calm down.
Ketchup
Don't
pocket.
cry.
I think we already got sweets. I've not got sweets and I don't want anyone else.
Don't cry. Oh my god, you move!
What is that? My mum's an orange juice carton.
You don't know.
Smash a pass. I should do one of smash or passes with people. Probably smash for like most of them. Wait, did I say pass or smash most of them? I don't even know. Somebody, I know you don't watch my videos because it's very unlikely, but make a YouTube poop video out of some of these videos. This video is probably like 20 minutes long so far. I just bashed my head off a fence and it hurt. But by the end of this, it's probably going to be like 7 hours. Maybe even 8. Maybe 6. What you doing, man?
You've got a bag. Right, open this bag away. Calm down.
Your bag's on your back, Richard.
You want some Tic Tac?
Yeah.
I had Tic Tacs yesterday. And the day before. No, Sue. What's drawn out of Suey?
Ah! You just scared me and put my Tic Tac in my hand.
What's your done? It's empty now. What's your done? It's always empty. I eat Sue!
This man eats poo, not.
Okay.
This man licks poo stains.
Are you Bob Martin?
No, he is Bold Martin.
Bob Martin.
You're Bold Martin.
Bob Martin.
Mog's mum versus Bob Martin boxing match. Who would win?
Wait, Bold Martin versus what?
Mog's mum versus Bob Martin in a
Bold
boxing
Martin
match.
will win because he's bald. He can use his shiny hair to reflect off Richard's head.
And he's also got like a 6-pack. This is turning into an actual boxing match. Fart real quick.
I've got some orange juice to throw at you.
No weapons, it's still squirting. There's only juice left in it. Off they go. Richard's chasing Caleb down. Now they're running. Now they're running. Londoners. Put in the work, put in the hours, and take the silence. After the brand new spank, so what? After the desperation, to the children of some big the person inside me. I'm actually singing the whole song. People take off the top of your Lambo. That's right. Put it out. I don't even know what the hell. They go take up results as they go wrong. Yes, of course.
when I had COVID, the last result was negative.
You're only here now? You're like 10 minutes later than usual. Alright then. And now we're gonna go in. Which is perfect timing, I guess. Well, at least I'm not there. You're not with Jamie. And you're both not with your dad. Invisible. This actually works, kind of.
My dad's Spider-Man.
Okay.
He's far from home.
I've never seen your dad in a video calling teams before, so maybe he's actually not there. I've heard your mum, maybe
I do have. I do go and see him sometimes.
Same with my mum, but I don't go and see her because she's a stupid cow and deserves to die.
It's my dad's football. Because, yeah.
Art is the most awkward lesson. Because I'm
my
sat
dad,
next to...
Because my dad being weird.
I'm sat next to Moses, Katie, Lily.
Well, you should see his sister's just fine. So what?
Ow. I'm not walking along, I can't walk. No.
Right, can we get you some food, nice please?
Who's in my sleeve? The answer's no. I'll lock it up.
Good morning, year 8.
Good morning.
About 3 people at the front. Good morning, year 8 at the back.
Good morning.
Hey, put your arms up if you're not here. Excellent, you're awake. Right, okay. I've got some diggery slips, so if I call your name, just come and see me as we go in. Just water. their concerns not reach your group. Okay? Have a good positive day today. Just another reminder though, when I looked at my list yesterday in the hall, there was about 5 or 6 people that didn't bother turning up for the census. Okay? Now, I couldn't get to any of you yesterday because I had a parental meeting that went on past 3 o'clock. So I've rescheduled. So if you had a detention in last night, myself and Mr. Willis have kindly rescheduled it. So please check. Okay, ask your form to just to check. I will check as well if there's any doubt. But if you have a detention, you need to go to it because the next step is obviously a day in Exeter because we missed it twice. Okay, so don't sit in if you have one tonight. All right. Apart from that, have a really good day. Okay. Your form looks still a full screen.
Free green pen. Free green pen and free green sheet. It's periodic table. Well, no, that's your free green pen. This and the green pen on the floor. Anybody want a worksheet? I'll periodic table. Worksheet again. You could throw it in the
Right, okay, before we do the book, let's recap what we read last week and start from our book one. What's this? We are on page 29, starting. Still a recap what we looked at last week. What we read. Yes. Does anybody need any equipment? So if I say 30 minutes and you go through, you need a pen. A red pen. Do you have any red pens? Do you have any, like now that's like this? Okay, so
The Taliban. I'm looking at a picture.
for when everyone is tired, you'll try it.
Why can't the bus station show?
I don't understand why we're still talking. Is that in there? What's going on with that? Right, okay. So, yeah, so I'm going to recap what we looked at last week. We briefly read, we read basically the end of one chapter and then we tried to do chapter 2. So, some of you remember what we looked at, really? Yes, so he was walking through the streets and you know, so he was really busy and how to that all that a little bit, yeah? What was he doing with the rubbish? Yeah? So selling it for money. Why would he be selling it for money? What were his with their family? It's part of the family, wasn't it? And he needed to get extra money to go to anything else? Mention stuff about talking politics and the future today. Fine. Hey?
He wasn't that. He wasn't that.
I also found no idea. So, she was explaining how when she was here before she moved to the UK, how when she was learning, we had guests over at the house, we used to entertain a lot of the house. She used to find herself between the two, in the next kind of like speaking with the men, talk about politics, and also she would find a way to swim in, and she was saying that she enjoyed seeing the ladies without any of the headscarf and just laughing and joking around there. And so that's what we're going to do. So we're just going on to chapter 4 now, I'm on 29. So I warn you to go to the title and if I'm reading it, hopefully you can go to this section. So, I warn you to God. One autumn day when I was still in primary school, I dressed off to tremble and shake. Earthquake, we yelled. We ran outside. Some of us falling as we crowded to the round door and gathered around our feet with the Canadian comfort, like ships around the river hen. A few of the girls were crying. We lived in a region where earthquakes happened often, but this felt different. Even after we returned to class, the building continued to shake. The rumbling didn't stop. Little Ulfar, my all-time favourite teacher, told us to stay calm. He assured us that we would soon be over. And when another strong earthquake hit the beginning of the third, the school principal didn't return. When I arrived home, I found my mother sitting in the corner and I felt safest, but there was no music with her. She was reciting verses from the Holy Quran, and tears streamed down her face. The aftershocks kept singing and continued past nightfall, and every time they did, my mother ran outside and insisted we go with her. My father told them not to upset the children, but we were already upset because the ground was shaking. That earthquake of 8th October 2005 turned out to be one of the worst in history. It was 7.6 on the Richter scale, and was felt far away from Baltimore. Aftershocks continued for at least a month. Our town in Illinois, Pakistan, was now a rich Anglo, was devastated. area and CFM, or movement for the enforcement of Islamic law led by Prophet Muhammad and his son-in-law, Maulana Sharura. Eventually, the government tried to help and aid the Americans who were troops and protesters in Afghanistan, and they made it in. But most volunteers and medical help came from organisations like the Link of American Groups like the JFM, and helped share research exploration. They led care and therapy, and took the men to 11,000 orphan children. In Africa, orphans usually adopted by extended family. The earthquake had been so bad that entire families were wiped out or lost everything, and there were no people to care for this children. Many of the orphans went to live in communistic Madagascar, Mirage from CFM, preached that the earthquake was the warning to God. If we did not mend our ways and introduce Sharia or Islamic law, more severe punishment would follow. The whole country was in shock for a long time after the earthquake. We were humble, which made it that much easier for someone with bad intentions to make it clear that he came. It's not book, and so she kind of decides to what about life now. So yes, if we cite in Birmingham, kind of heard in Birmingham now, and if you read back to them, going back and talk about it, life of black people. So, 5. The first direct threat. Each morning, as my friends passed through the gate to school, a man across the street stood, scowling at us. And one night, he arrived at our home, while the 6 elders were being eaten. I answered the door. He claimed to be a mufti or an Islamic scholar, and said he had a problem with the school. My father shooed me into the room as the mufti and the elders crowded into our little house. I heard every word. I'm representing good Muslims, Mufti said, and we all think your girls high school is blasphemy. We should close it. Teenage girls should not be going to school. They should be in further. This mufti is clearly in the interest of Maulana, who has been running an illegal radio broadcast through to get learning and learning against people who use it funny. What we knew, but the mufti did not, was that his own needs depended on how the school will keep it. As I tried to debate with the mufti, one of the elders spoke up. I heard you were not the man said to my father, so there are Qurans here in your home. Of course there are, my father said. I'm a Muslim. You must have come back into the conversation. The thing about Joe that in school to the same gate, what anyone was doing. So my father came up with a compromise. The older girls eventually to the gate. Eventually, the must have got down and then left. But even as the door shut behind me, I had a knot in my stomach. I had grown up watching southern child Christian men. Generally, when the Christian man loses the argument, he never forgets or forgives. Even though I was a child, I knew Islam was a statement. I studied the Quran, Al-Hawza, the whole time, and my parents got me to the madrasa for religious studies in the afternoon when school finished. There was an open air mosque where boys and girls stood at the whole time together. I love Birmingham as a town today. I love the strange and mysterious shapes of lessons, the sounds of the prayers we all recite together, and the stories about how to live our life according to the teachings of Allah. My teacher there was a woman. She was kind and wise. To me, the madrasa was a place for a rich education only. I would go to school to all the studies. But for many of these children, the madrasa would be the only place they would ever study. They wouldn't take any of the classes, no science, no maths, no literature. They would study only Arabic, so they could recite only the Quran. They didn't learn what the word actually meant though. Well, only habitating. I didn't think much of this after looking at our house. One day, I was playing with the children in the area, learning how to do it. And when we were two sides to the game of cricket, one of the boys that didn't want me to play. Our school was best in the world, he said, as if that explained things. I didn't agree one bit. My school was the best one, I said. Your school was bad, he insisted. It is not on the straight path of Islam. I didn't know what to make of this, but I knew it was wrong. Our school was heaven. Because inside the Catholic school, we still on wings of knowledge. In a country where women are allowed out in cricket without man, we girls on a solid line beside the streets of us. in a land where many women can't be decisive in the market due to multiplication, in a place where as soon as we were teenagers we had to cover our heads to hide ourselves from boys keeping our childhood playmates, we ran for extreme women. We didn't know where our education would take us. All we wanted was a chance to learn the truth, and that was what we did. The crazy girls were carrying on outside the walls of every single school. Inside, we could do more. We could do really work. Our only concern, once we got to our school, like in the classroom, was the same as any other child. Who would get the highest grade in the day's test, and who would sit with you at playtime. It was a point of pride for me that almost every year in primary school, I won the trophy for the first place at the end of the term. I was considered one of the top girls, and the principal's daughter. And some girls thought maybe there was a connection between the two, but it was a point of pride for my father that he gave me no special treatment. And the proof was obvious to everyone when a new girl came to school at Wales that night. Her name was Martha North, and she was bright and determined. I did not think she was really clever and good me. Soon on the last day of school that year, when the awards went out, I was stunned. We got first place and I was second. I smiled slightly to receive the trophy, and the minute I got home I burst into tears. When my father saw me, he comforted me, but not in the way I wanted. It's a good thing to success, he said, because we learn that if you can win, you can lose, and if you learn to be good as a loser and not just as a winner. I was too young to appreciate this word, and truth be told, I felt the purpose there. But after that term, I worked extra hard, I would never have to learn before again. Another of my regular worries was Manila, when I was there. She was my best friend, just like me, almost like my twin. We sat together whenever we could, on the bus, at break time, in the classroom, and she made me laugh as no one else could. But we had a habit of arguing, and always over the same thing, and another girl came between us. Are you my friend or hers? Manila said, if I sat giving the girl a break. Manila, I said, you were the one ignoring me. The worst part was when Manila refused to talk to me. Then I would get angry at her for being so angry at me. Sometimes these chats would last for days. Eventually, I would miss it too much, and I would take the clock first to fight. I seem to always take the blame. Then she would make a funny face. We'd fall apart laughing and forget how different it was. Until the next time we go again between us. I was the place where I learned so much and laughed so much too bad. Right, step 6, radio homework. I was at the home of one of my relatives in Laura one evening and I heard a strange sound from the radio. After a long day of cooking, the women gathered around the radio and they tuned up. As usual, I was doing my best to get out handkerchiefs with me, but I stopped at the sound of the reaching. At first it sounded like just another imam giving advice about how to live a virtuous life. Quit smoking, she told the men, and pray daily. The women murmured in approval, my mother among them. Then she began to cry. Stop listening to music, she begged. Stop going to movies, stop dancing. Stop, she begged. Or God will send another earthquake to punish us all. Several women began to cry. Terrifying memories of the earthquake the previous year expressed in their minds. Some of them had buried children and husbands and were still breathing. I knew what the radio mother was saying wasn't true. An earthquake is a geological event that can be explained by science. I wanted to tell them. But these women, many of whom had no education and were also told the dictates they were to do this, the classroom, as the mother wept till the day. Even at school, all that my friends could talk about was the radio mother. Although my father told us not to listen. Our old radio was broken, so I hadn't heard his latest broadcast, but I heard it at a friend's relative's houses and my friends at school, teachers would nightly sermons, almost word for word. All music was Quran, he said, forbidden by Islam. Only his radio station was missing. Men could grow their hair and beard long, not keeping short, in what he called the English Republic. And women, he said, should stay at home in purdah quarters at all times. They should go out only with relatives and only around a birthday and only with a male relative. At first, my mother enjoyed the sermons when she listened to them with her relatives, especially when he spoke about the need for daily prayer. People, especially women, romanticized him. people thought he was a good interpreter of the Holy Quran and admired his curriculum. They liked his talk about bringing back Islamic law because everyone was frustrated with the slow, corrupt Pakistani justice system. His followers chanted poems that sounded beautiful, but were in fact messages to motivate girls to stop going to school. Our father disapproved of him from the beginning. No radio mother is supposed to tell me what to do. This mother, he said, is nonsense and trouble. Don't speak that way. My mother told him. Struggle with you. Our father turned out to be right. He had done some investigation about the man that had serious radio voice. This mother, a high school dropout, doesn't even have a religious influence. This so-called mother is spreading influence. The voice on the radio belonged to Serena Kazuga, one of the leaders of the TNSM. His followers helped so many people after the earthquake, but it was taking advantage of the performance to interfere with them. So soon, Kazuga's attacks became personal. He announced the names of men who spoke out against him, people we knew, people we didn't know, people who were campaigning for peace in the valley, but also people who thought they were having private conversations. They were all suddenly took a thing called simple. It was just the radio mother and his men to shoot the wall. Right, we'll stop that there. Can we find my lady, please?
Oh yeah, no, Tyron got a C4, yeah. And Holly went.
I don't know.
Okay, so where would you sit behind Charlie if you like? As long as it's somewhere that where you just want to be happy to work.
And Caleb's got in the wrong room. Yeah.
Right,
I thought
okay,
Rosie
so
was
we're not
supposed to-
talking now, please. So we're in silence. Let me get the PowerPoint up and ready to get started. Bonjour. Are you all right there, ladies? If you want to stay there, you're very welcome to move to the front if you if you need to.
I'm okay, but I'm very confident.
Pardon? Right, I didn't get it, I'm so sorry. I've done them on white today. I'll try and remember that for the future. Maybe I don't remember seeing anything about that. Hi, Nick. Wait for the power plant to, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Did you say, do you know if anybody else, I don't know, how we've got today? Right, okay, well, I am going to give this out to you. I'll give you this next time. I'll write the date because you can't even get the PowerPoint even it's not even finished yet, so I apologise. Right, so I'm sorry I was off last week. I wasn't very well. So what we are going to be doing is we have an assessment coming up in a few weeks, in about 3 weeks' time. Okay, so we are going to spend our next 2 lessons revising for our assessment because it's an end of year assessment. It's going to be harder and a bit longer than the other assessments that we've done, but you did brilliantly in the last assessment. Yes, most of you. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to repeat that and you'll do well in this one as well. Okay, so right, let's see this one on now. So just bear with me. Oh, it is nice. It's good, isn't it, Nick? It's good. Right, okay. Right, so let's get the date and title written up first of all as our first job, and then I'll do the rest in Nick, I've got the connection to your Yes. Oh, no, I'm not okay, I didn't know. Does she need everything photocopying on yellow? I didn't know that.
Yes, I probably will do, yeah, in email. This was only from last week, sorry, I didn't
Oh,
tell
right,
you.
okay. Sorry, Lacey. I've done photocopying on white today.
She's got a yellow.
Have you got an overlay, Lacey?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
But
So do you need an overlay for everything now then?
She's not got her glasses.
I know she hasn't. I know about the glasses, so that's okay. Right, so, Lada. Hele Lada. Hele Lada. Who would like to read that for me? Hele Lada. Vendredi? Okay, so vendredi, May. Yeah, so the date is vendredi, May. So write that down. Okay, just a reminder please about presentation in your book. Only start a new page if you have finished the previous page. Otherwise, move off and just write it underneath. So, right, then don't worry. Right, then you only just need to write it, yes, please. Just take your time. Thank you. That's fine. Okay. The sheet. So title. Remember, just a reminder because people still do it, no capital letters for your days of the week or month of the year in French. So the title is Qu'est-ce you can copy it on there as well, I'm just going to write it on here too. Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire à la maison? Okay. Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire à la maison? I'll tell you what it means in a minute. And the objective of the sheet is saying what you must do. I'm not sure if I'm going to get anybody else on this like this.
I'm not trying to do this. Can you do that? Is that a bit bigger?
Yes, of course. Can you read that though? Sit next to the copy. Is that going to help, Lacey?
Probably.
Alright, yeah, I mean, I don't mind, but obviously you two are friends, so as long as there's no taxing going on, then I'm fine with that, thank you. Yeah, and this is on here anyway, Lacey, it's on there anyway, Lacey. Can you read that? It's exactly the same as that. So does that mean I need to do all my PowerPoint on yellow now, Lacey? Is that what? You need a yellow background on the PowerPoint? I'll do that, I'll have to get someone to show me, right? I'm so sorry, this wasn't communication, so I didn't know.
No, it's only we started this on Friday, May.
Right, okay. So maybe Miss, if you don't mind, could you perhaps write it for us? That's okay, yeah? Is that all right? Yeah, Miss can type it, don't worry. So, the title is Qu'est-ce qu'on va faire à la maison? Objective, saying what you must do. Georgina, what do we need to do with our objective? Highlight it, so don't forget to highlight your objective, please. Underline your date in your title and highlight your objective. Right, so let's see if we can work out what this means. Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire à la maison? You want it to know that? Come on, Nico. Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire à la maison? En anglais. Who thinks they might be able to translate that? Now we know that texture is the way of asking questions, things like that. But it only needs to be underlined and your objective needs to be highlighted, please. So this is how we make questions in French, isn't it? Do you remember that texture? That sounds like texture, like this. So we have texture and texture. Do you remember? When we looked at questions. Yeah, so this one is texture. So that means what? So what do you? Now this is a verb that I would have taught you last week. We have done it before, but obviously Richard, do you know what it means? Go on, Kate. Oh, you're very close. Right, it means must. It's a modal verb, right? That's the posh word that we're saying. In French, there are some verbs and they're called modal verbs. Okay. Yeah, all right on these, please. So, what must you do in the house? Maison, if you remember, is house. It doesn't mean mansion. Like some people put mansion. It's not mansion, it means house. So, what do you do in the house? Or what do you do at home? Right, now your Connect, I've printed this off for you. Hey, do you mind just going around and giving these out for me? So, Katie's going to come round now. And, oh gosh, we've got so much in the what you are going to do as your connect is do some translating some sentences, okay? Can't concentrate without you know, so putting but if we shut the windows, we'll melt in here. Yes, Ruby. You've done that one? Yeah, exactly the same.
Oh, we did this last week, I'm just realising, yeah. We did this when he was off. We did this when he was off last week.
Did you? No one told me anything. Honestly,
I did what we did with Mrs. Marshall last week. She had him all printed out and turnover.
Oh, okay. Right, well, if you've done it, then we won't do it. And we'll just move on to the next one, if that's the case. That'll be better. So if you
Stuck in your books, isn't
can
it?
you please just check everybody that you've got this already and it is exactly the same as the one that's on the board? So, is that what you're doing then? Oh, right, it's doing the same, isn't it? Oh, okay. Right,
No, we didn't. No, we
I'm
didn't.
so
We did
sorry.
this. Hang on a minute. No, we didn't. We did that one with Miss Marshall.
We did it on the 22nd of April. But we have done it
Oh, you have
before.
done it before, though. Yeah.
We have done it before. We have done it before. So, right, okay, 1 second then.
On the
1 sec.
28th of April,
Yes,
we did.
sorry, Right, well, in that case, we'll do this as our connect. Right, oh, I'm just going to go back to it anyway. Right, okay, I was just going to go back to it anyway, and then hopefully you should know this. Sorry, Tony, I didn't, right, okay, we'll do something else. Well, I still need to do the regular time, get all of everything, reloaded. So we just want to, right, okay, so let's see then. The weather is nice. If you didn't know the answer, without looking at your sheet, ideally, please tell me what's going to go in that one. We'll just do this as a bit of revision. The weather is nice. Il fait what? What is say nice? Il fait beau. Remember? It looks like beautiful. Il fait beau. The weather is bad. Anyone? Right. So I can quite clearly see that we don't know this yet. You need to know this for your assessment, okay? So il fait beau. Go on, Richard. What? The weather is bad? Il fait mauvais. Super. It's raining. Look back if you need to. Go on, Richard. Il pleut. Il pleut. It's cold. H. Il fait froid. Super. It's snowing. Ruby? Il neige. It's sunny. Go on. Let's see. It's sunny. Did you want to do a different one? Okay, we need to hurry up, please. Can we come back here? Super. Il y a du soleil. It is hot. Yes. But il fait chaud. Super. And it's windy? It's windy? No? Anyone? It starts with il y a. Go on, Ruby. Il y a du vent. Super. Right. You need to learn these weather expressions for your assessment, okay? Because that's really important, but you need to know these. I know we've done them already. Amy, what are we writing? Okay, I'm going to do this as your connect instead then, so you have done that one. So what I would like you to do is just put a side heading, connect, and you are going to try and translate those sentences, okay? So, we'll do the first one together. Is that alright? So, translate, please put. Right, so you should be writing this down, please. Translate the sentences. Right, please, because honestly, I've not even done the register yet now. We're doing this. I could have changed my whole lesson. Right, so, what you need to do, please, first of all, copy the sentences very carefully. Copy the sentences down in French.
That was done that as well. This is what we actually did last week then.
Oh, we did so badly. What is going on? Please, I didn't know what word you didn't know what we did last week.
No, we did it. No, I am different.
Different. It's different. It's alright. Right, please stick with me. Stick with me because we're not going to get through anything at this rate. Right, so copy, first of all, copy the sentence down in French. Quand il fait beau, je vais à la plage. La plage. Okay, then what I would like to do is to leave a space because you are going to write the English underneath. So you're going to copy the sentence first in French, then you are going to leave a space. So please do that now while I do the register. So I'm going to come and get told off by someone in a minute if I don't do it. Right, it doesn't look like anyone else is going to turn up. So copy those sentences down, Scott. Do you get told off? Yes, I do. Especially the first lesson and last lesson. Yeah, well, just in case. I don't know. You just do. Right. Okay. Then copy them down. Right, can we get on with that then for me, please? Are the computers on? It looks like half of them are. Right, let's get the register done. Richard, you've got an after school detention today from Forest from 3 till 4. And Lacey as well, half an hour, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Okay, right, Anthony, please then, bonjour. Bonjour. Megan Gorton, okay. Steve, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Taylor, bonjour. Amy, bonjour. Scott, bonjour. Scott, right. So this is my instruction. You write them down, write them in French, then leave a line, and then write them in English, okay? Sorry, Scott. No Riley. An old name. Ruby, bonjour. Richard, bonjour. Jamie, bonjour. Georgina, bonjour. Tracy, bonjour. Tracy, bonjour, yeah. Jess, bonjour. Mary Warren. Paige, bonjour. Charlie, bonjour. Bonjour. And bonjour. Oh, Kathleen, sorry, I missed you. Bonjour, Kathleen. Bonjour. Right. Are we okay, Miss? You just copy the French down first of all. Right, Scott. Okay. Next one. Do number 2, please. You need to do all of them. Okay, you need to do all of them. So, wonderful. Wonderful. Just copy the French down first. Shall I take it? Have a look. That's great. Oh, have you not got a blue pen? Because you've got green, haven't you? Can you write in green for me? Is that alright? It is green, yes. You're writing in green. You can write in blue or black, okay? Yeah, have you got a ruler, Steve? Yeah, just make sure that you use a ruler so you write them, please. Lovely. Very nice. Very good. Beautiful. Then the highlight will be right, so Scott, you need to write these down. Let me write them down. As soon as you've written them down, please put your pens down, so I know who we are waiting for. Yeah, you just copy the sentences in French. Yeah, just the French for now. Just the ones on the left, on the left hand side. Yeah, copy the French, leave a line underneath or 2 lines for the English, and then move on to the next one. Down when you have finished your sentences, please, so I know who. Right, if you're struggling with your writing, put your hand up and I will come and write. Right, it's not written anywhere near. Right, did you not have to copy my sentences down in French? Yeah, did you not hear what I said? You did? Okay. Right. Is it alright? If I have to write to people, I'm not going to get any work done, are we? Yeah? Okay. some gaps. Yes, all you need to do is look. So we'll do the first one together. So, con is when. Il fait beau, we just looked at that. I went over it. So what does that mean when the, anybody, hands up if you know, when the weather is nice, well done. So when the weather is nice, I'll put it on in a minute. I go to the plage. Come on, this one, plage, what side? Beach, right, thank you. Just 1 second, let me just go back to what whoever said that was at you, Misty. Right, sorry, let me just get this power color back up. Yes, you're absolutely right, it means beach. So, right, so that's the first one. Sorry, let me just go through the board for you. So that's the first one. So please can you write that down underneath? Just write that down in green pen, please, because we've done that one together. So just write it in green. When the weather is, sorry, that should be is nice, there's a mistake there. When the weather is nice, that's a mistake. I go to the beach. Okay, so have you written that down in green? Good. Right, and then what I want you to try and do is try to do the others on your own. All you're doing is just trying to find a certain word. If you don't know the word, what can you do? Look back in your book or look in your learning journey to help you. Yeah? Nothing new here, we've done all this before. I'm just going to give you a couple more minutes because this has taken ages to try and write them down. Okay? Right. Okay, sorry, I should mention, just copy this first one in green pen and then the work that you are doing yourself is in normal pen. Right, okay, okay. So this one, Domavi Ilianda. Yeah, just write your answer underneath in normal pen and then we'll correct it together with in green pen afterwards. Right, let's have a look at yours because you're going to get really behind. Okay, try the normal pen. So that's how I said. So Scott, you need to be trying to translate those sentences, Scott. Look at the words that are missing. Don Marie, you need to find that word. Ilia and Da, and you need to find that word. You need to find what they mean in English and then write the sentence down. Georgina, please don't start crying. You don't need to cry. If you don't know, leave it out and we'll correct it together, okay? So Georgina, please don't cry. You don't need to cry. If you don't know, leave it out. Right, well you know some words, don't you? Okay. Yeah, look back in the book or your learning journey. That'll help you. Right, can we stop sticking the pen, please, whoever that is? Then we listen back. Right, once clicking, can we please stop because it is really, really annoying. I don't know who it is, but we need to stop, please. Georgina, don't cry. If you don't know the answers, we'll write them in green pen. Right, has anyone done number 2 yet? Right, okay. Because this is right, Miss, because we're not going to get through anything, we're just going to correct it together. Yeah. All right, because obviously I didn't know what work had previously been done and we've still got it on computers. Your fault, Miss. Your fault. No. Right, so we are going to green pen. If you have done number 2 already, get your red pen to correct and your your red pen to before cross and your green pen to correct. If you haven't got the answer, just write it in now in green pen. Does that make sense? So number 2. Don Marie, Ilia Inga. Okay. Hey, have you got that one? So I'm pretty sure you've probably done. Who's done number 2? Put your hand up and you've already done number 2. Number 2? No one? No. Go on, Lucy. Right.
Is my dad is a spider?
No. Are you being serious?
That's what she said. I am being
No. Definitely not. Go on, Lucy.
That's good.
Lucy.
Spider.
No, that's spider is a araignée. That would be Dommonli, Ilia, una araignée. Go on. Go on, Lucy, you have your hand up. What do you think it means?
In my house, there's a fire.
Okay, now, did you not look back in your learning journey? You're close. Town. So in my town, you're close. There is a station or railway station. So write that in green pen if you haven't got it, please. If you say train station, it's fine. If you put train station, you can write train station. So in my town, there is a you can put train station if you want to put train station. Right, so this is in green pen, remember, you should be writing this in green pen now, please. It's a correction. Write it in green. Write it in green. Oh dear, miss, honestly, this is all going pear-shaped, this.
Don't worry, miss.
Well, no, I know, but I've got so much to do.
It's Friday.
Right, number 3. Allez plus droit et tournez à gauche. Oh, good. Thank you, Paige. Go on, give me that one. Brilliant, that's perfect. So green pen, please. Go straight ahead or go straight on and turn left. So write that down in green pen. Right, some of you not listening, and I know it's really hard work with the noise outside, but you are correcting in green. Do you want me to close the windows in? Is it giving you a headache? Are you alright? Right. Okay, go straight on or go straight ahead and turn left. Okay, number 4. Keep on writing. Don't worry if you haven't told Jenny you're writing in green, yeah? I just want to double check that everyone's writing in green because when I'm at your books. Are you writing in green, Catherine? Yeah? Are you alright? You keeping up? Brilliant. Right, okay. So, number 4, catch. Il y a peu de distractions pour les jeunes. There are, anyone know what peu means? No one got this one? Okay, I'll give you that one then. There are few, so peu means few. There are few, write it down, stop please. There are few entertainments for young people. So les jeunes means young people. Yeah, because this word jeune means young. Okay, next one. C'est vraiment animé. It's really, if something's animated in English, what does it mean? Or the person is animated, they are very lively. Okay, so animé, animated, it means lively. So it's really lively. Okay, really lively. And then the last one, Oliver. You should all know Oliver because we've done this. If you don't know this one, I'm going to shoot myself. Right, thank you. In winter, it snows in the mountains. Thank you. Yes. Brilliant, super. In winter, it snows. Oh, no, I don't know, Ben, but I would feel like it if no one knew that one because we've done it that many times, haven't we, Lucy? Right, okay, so please just make sure you've got all those written down in green. And then once you've done that, put your pens down. We do need to do our phonics before we do anything else, okay? So that's going to be our next job. So have you got all these written down? Make sure you've got all the, yeah. You need to make sure, please, that everything is complete. Microphone sample, not finished yet? Come on, so good, Richard, we're nowhere near finished. Have you done all your corrections? You've written everything down? Okay? Who am I waiting for? Catherine, can you sit up, please? I know it's hard, but it's hard for me with that noise over there. It's giving me a headache. Why are you doing that? They just have to. I know. Imagine how hard it is for me trying to teach when all I can hear is that. Right, has everyone finished? Can I move on? Amy, if you don't need to, you just, I need to move on to the next slide for our phonics, okay? So, what I said to you was, and I don't think we're going to get onto it today, to be honest, is that we are going to look at, are you listening? Modal verbs. Now I said there are the 3 modal verbs that we need to look at are pouvoir, which means can. We've done that one already, like je peux, I can. Devoir, je dois, which Kate told me means I must. And another one, which is vouloir, which means je veux, which means I want. Right, should all be looking at me, please. Can we all look at me? Yes, thank you. Scott, have you done them all? But first of all, we need to do our phonics. We haven't done any phonics for a while. So, can you just put a side heading, please? Francophonique of the week. It's on there. Yeah, Francophonique of the week. Francophonique of the week. Okay, and then as soon as you've done that, please pop your pens down. Make sure it's underlined nice and neatly as well with a ruler, please. Amy, you want a pen? So back to you, back normal pen now, back to normal pen. Okay, that'll be alright? Okay, so phonics. Let's have a look at our phonics for today. So today's phonics, and can you please write that next to where you put francophonique of the week, can you just write AI and then the sound in English, which is A. So an AI in French is pronounced as A in English. Okay, does that make sense? Are we all right? Yes, please. So we need the sound. Yeah. Yeah, and then we're going to listen if we can hear anything to the phonics. Okay. In fact, I like to say anything else. Right. Okay. So I think might need you just to finish. So this is vrai. Répétez. Vrai. Vrai. Right, it will write it down in a minute, miss. I just want them to listen to the pronunciation first. Please don't write down yet. Put your pens down and just listen to the pronunciation. So this means vrai, and it means, anybody? Say vrai. Oh, go on. Do you know what it means? Artist? Oh, right, I can see why you put, no. Right, if you think of true and false, this means true. Vrai, say vrai means it's true. Don't write it down yet, please. Just listen. Okay? I'll give you time to write it down in a minute. So, vrai. Répétez. Vrai. Vrai. Okay, and then we've got maison. Répétez. Maison. Maison. Yes, it means house. You know that, don't you? Maison. We've done that. Maison. Doesn't mean mansion, it means house. Okay, house. Raison. Répétez. Raison. It's quite hard because the R is like difficult in French. Okay. Raison. And if someone said it, it does mean reason, but it also means, if I say, for example, to Ben, if I say to you, tu as raison, that means you are right. So it does mean reason, but it also means right. Yeah, tu as raison. Okay, but here it means reason. Mauvais. Mauvais. You know this, we've done this about the weather. What's mauvais? Bad. Thank you, Paige. You should all know this, not just Paige. Then mauvais, bad. Semaine. Répétez. Semaine. Now, I'm hoping you'll know this. What does semaine mean? Come on, semaine. Week. Okay, les jours de la semaine, the days of the week. Yeah, there we've got the there. Semaine, we're going to do them a bit. Fair. Fair. Répétez. Fair. This is the verb that you need to know. What does it mean? Come on, dit on fair. To do or to make. Come on, folks. Make what? Like to make, so like if you do a sport or something like that. We've done this, you know when we did the activities, fair do basket, fair do ski, yeah? We've done these. So what I'm getting a bit concerned about is that we still don't know the meanings of some of these verbs. This is one of the most important verbs that you need to know in French. We've done it before, it's not a new verb, but we need to know what it means, okay? Because it probably be in your assessment. I've not seen your assessment, so I don't know, but I should imagine it will be on there. So it needs to do or to make. Right, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to write them on the board in French and in English for you. Okay, and you can copy them down if you want, okay? So let's go back to the pictures. So I'll write them on here, so we know that maison, I'll try and write it as big as I can. So we'll write it in French first and then in English. So maison is house. Semaine. What does semaine mean? Week. Yeah? Right, you should be writing these down, please, as I'm writing them. Week. Mauvais. Comment dit on mauvais? Georgina? Bad. Super. Okay. Vrai. Comment dit on vrai? I told you before, we've gone through these. True. Okay. Raison is on the board, it means reason. Raison, reason. Then we've got fair, which means to to do, and I'm also going to put to make because it's got two meanings, to do or to make. Okay? So once you've copied all those down, put the pens down, please. And then we're going to see if we can get our phonics champion. And then after this, we're going to have to get logged onto the computers. So behind. Okay, who would like to volunteer to say their phonics? Right, go on, Kate. I'm going to let you go first. So, Georgina, you can go next. So I want you to say the sound, which is A, and then you can say them in any order that you want to. Okay? Wait. Mauvais. Présent. Faire. Semaine. Super. Can I have a round of applause, please, for volunteering? Well done, Kate. Georgina? So say the sound first. A. Prêt. Maison. Mauvais. Raison. Faire. And semaine. Super. Well done, Georgina. Another volunteer? Anybody? Caleb? Brilliant. Go on, Caleb. So say the sound first. So it's A. Oui. Vrai. Maison. Mauvais. Raison. Semaine. And fair. Super. Well done, Caleb. Very, very good pronunciation there. Just one thing that I want to pick up on what Caleb said. Remember, we don't pronounce it S. So Caleb, it's not mauvais, it's mauvais. Why don't we pronounce it S? Because it's brilliant. You see? Silent, final consonant. SFC. Yeah, remember? Miss, can I move on? Am I okay to move on? Yeah. Right. Have you basically got to do all this is writing now? Is this how it's working? This is going to have to be effective. No, but it's next time, isn't it? Right, okay, so. Right. Now, we just need to go back to this, and I'm just going to say this is hard. We've got a bit of you can say the sentence fast, right? It says, phonics champion. Répète le plus vite possible. So that means repeat as fast as you can, the fastest that you can. I'll say it first, okay? I'll see how fast I can say it, and then I'll see if anybody wants to volunteer. Right, so, okay, you listen? Quand il fait froid, je vais à la maison. Quand il fait froid, je vais à la maison. Okay? So when it is cold, I go home, I go to the house, let me go on, Kate, can I volunteer again? Go on. Super, yes. Just be careful with the pronunciation of this. It's not quant or quant or anything like that. It's con. Repeat it? Con. Con. You kind of screw your nose up. Con. Got? Con. Con. Quand il fait froid, je vais à la maison. But well done. Go on, Georgina, again. I'm going to ask somebody else next time. Go on. Quoi? La maison. Super, well done. Okay, B.
What the fuck? Is it a bit no.
Go on, try it again. No, you did. You were very fast there. Go on, just say it.
Il fait froid, je vais à la maison.
That was really fast. Well done. Really good. Okay, so now we do need to. Right, Miss, are we okay? Because I'm just getting a bit conscious of time. Mrs. Benyon, I know, I do. Are we all right? Because I did need to look at this, to be honest, and then we need to get on the computers. Is that okay? Are we all right with the phonics? Yeah? Okay. So, I'll tell you in a minute. We just need to log on to a new thing. But before we do that, we need to look at these modal verbs. So, what I've done is, we're going to go through it first. And we are going to do a little bit of practice. I've got a sheet that we're going to stick in your book, and then we're going to be as quick as we can to get logged on onto the computer. Hopefully, we must do this. All right. So I told you that you need to listen really carefully to this because this is really, really important, and you do need to know it. Okay. So I told you that there are three modal verbs, didn't I? Okay. So one of them is pouvoir. That means that you can. Kathleen, please, come on. Of all the days to be like this, come on, Kathleen, sit up. I know, you've got hair, I have. I can't even hear myself think with that, but I'm trying. Okay. So pouvoir means to can or able to. Vouloir means to want. And then we've also, oh, we've just got some while in this one. Right, okay, now, if we have a look at this pattern, please look at the board. Okay, this is je veux, it ends in X, so that means I want. Tu veux, you want. Il, elle, on. Now, the changes here. Who thinks they might know what is in that space? Go on, please. The last letter is different. What do you think the last letter might be? Not an S, but good try. What do you think, Lindsay? No, what, right. So it's V-E-U. What's the last letter going to be? Anybody? Just think it's a little bit. Right, it's a T. Okay. You don't need to write this down just yet, I just want you to listen. So, what happens here, we've got X, X, and then it changes to a T, okay? Now, with a new, what we need to do, remember, when we do our verbs, we have our verbs, we knock off our ending, so it's going to start with rule. What's the ending for the new form? What does the new form end in? O-N-S. So, who thinks they might be able to work out what this one's going to be? Rule? What's the ending going to be? Rulon. Someone said it. Well done. So, new rulon. Yes? Okay, new rulon. Right, last one. Look at this one to help you. Right, il and L. So, again, we look at our sense, rule. Okay, what's our ending going to be? E-N-T, thank you. Alright, now this one is slightly different. It's slightly irregular because what happens is this bit changes. So this is why these modal verbs are a little bit tricky because they do change. Okay, so E-L verb. We're going to try this one. So using this one to help you, we're going to try and do this. So je peux, I can. What's going to go in here? You should all be able to have a go at this now. Look at the ending. Look at the ending. Ver. Yes, what's our ending, Lacey? X? Yes, so tu veux. Sorry, you can. I'm saying the wrong verb now. Right, il, elle, on peut. Nous pouvons. So what about the vous form? Right, okay. Look at our ending for vous form. EZ. So, we take our stem. It's going to start with pu. What's our ending going to be? Pouvez. EZ. Is that what you said? Well done, Lacey. Pouvez. Okay. So vous pouvez. Right, so we do need to know these. So what I've done is very, very quickly, I've just given you this little bit. Actually, this is on the next slide. Right, okay, that one. This is our last pass before we get, perhaps I don't know, I think we better get logged onto the computer to be honest, it takes us a bit of time. Please log on to the computer. I'm going to tell you what you need to go. Right, listen very carefully. You need to go onto languagenut.com. I'm really uploaded. Right, without talking, please, I'm going to tell you so, this might be a little bit noisy. Languagenut.com. Miss, would you mind doing that there login? Yeah. Okay. Right, we only have, listen, right, year 8, we only have 10 minutes to do this, so we need to be quick and we need to be quiet and we need to be sensible. Miss is going to come round with your login. I am going to get it up on the board to show you what you need to do. Right, we're not talking now, we really haven't got time to mess around, okay? We've got 10 minutes. And this needs doing today, so I'm going to show you what you need to go on. Some people are in this, obviously, are they? So, right. No, it's not it. Right, okay, so, I want you to go, like, listen very carefully to me, please. I want you to go onto languagenut.com, so go onto Google and log on to languagenut.com. Alright, and once you've got that, you should have what I have on my screen. Right, I'll do the logins in a minute. Please don't shout at me, otherwise we won't get this done. As soon as you've got what I've got, don't do anything else. Stop there, please. Don't do that again.
waiting till I'm bringing these to you, are you? Turn the computers off.
Right, who are we waiting for? Scott, you need to get this, yes, quickly as you can, please. Please, can you just give me one person who's not there and I'll log on with them, if you don't mind. Right, Jessica. Okay, right, no, listen, do not log in, just get this page up, otherwise we are going to be doing this all day. Once you've got this, please stop, and I am going to do it with you. Okay, and Jess, you've not listened to what I've said. Okay, you need to then click on login. Actually, no, I think you might need to click on, yes, click on login. I've already done this myself a couple of times, so bear with me. Click on login, please. Please don't race ahead, because then if you do, then people are going to get lost. Right, where it says your username, so you're all here now, on the piece of paper that Miss has given you, it will say your username, and so for example, this is Jessica Leeming, so I'm going to put hers in, Jessica L. So Jessica L. And the password, you've all got your own password. Okay, so type your password in as well. 845. Okay, then click on login. Are we okay? Are you all following me so far? Please put your hand up if you are stuck. Right, click on login. Right, so once you've got, has everybody got this page in front of them now? Caleb, you might need to try and, Caleb, if your computer's not working, please can you move quickly to another one? Yeah, because, right, so once you are on here, listen very carefully and follow what I'm saying to you. Once you've done this a few times, you'll know what you're doing. You need to click on Vocab Trainer. It's on the left-hand side, Vocab Trainer. Click on there. Okay, everyone got that? Are we all right? So far, so good? Just keep it, printed it anyway. Amy, are we all right? Then, when you get here, click on My Content. Click on My Content. Then you will get this. All right? And you are Year 8, so you are going to click on My Content, Year 8 French A2. Okay, click on that. Right. Now, without talking. Year 8 French A2. Right, Year French A. Year 8 French A2. Is everybody on that? Please put your hand up if you are not there on this at this point. You need to go on Vocab Trainer. Caleb, don't worry, if you don't work today, Caleb, we'll get you in a break or something and do it. I know, it's just computer. Right, is everybody on here now at this point? Okay, listen very carefully, please. Listen carefully. If you're struggling, don't worry. Yes, we're going to click on Module 1. I'm going to show you what to do. Right, okay, click on Module 1. Right, can we listen, please? Because if everyone's talking, then we're not going to get anywhere. Right, I've clicked on Module 1. Now, what we can do is this is just going to be basically revision. So, I'm going to click on the first one. So you can click on any of these. So we're going to click on number 1, where it says Point de départ. Click on there. Now, here, what you've done, you've got learn, practice and quiz. So you do your learn first, so like you're doing Quizlet. So I'm going to click on there. If you click on there, you obviously can't on this computer, but you should be able to hear the sound. J'habite, and we know that j'habite means I live, don't we? So then we click on the next one, en Angleterre in England, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and it's a way of doing revision. Then we've got practice. I'll just show you the practice. So you can click on something. So you do your learn first, then you do your practice, and you've got different games that you can do. So for example, you can do, let's do this one, multiple choice. So on a means we have, doesn't it? Yeah? So you've got games, and then once you've done it, you've got the quiz. Now when you go on the quiz, you will get a score, and you will be competing with other pupils in the school. So your name will come up, and you will get points. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this for your homework this week, so you can go on it and you can practice at home, and you can earn yourself some points. Okay? Does everybody, so have a play around, but before you do that, really, really important, please, Miss, are we okay? In your French books, so you go and get your French book if you need to, I would like you to stick your login in the front cover of your book so you don't lose it. Okay? So just do that now, and then you can go back and have a play around for the next few minutes. Are we alright, Miss? Have we got there? I knew this would be stressful. But I think as long as everybody's... Riley. Let's see if we can at least get your log on. Have you got a leg mark, Riley? Right, okay, listen carefully again. Right, okay. I'm not, right, listen please. Right, okay, listen very carefully. Please stick it at either the front cover of your book, inside cover, or the back cover, wherever you have got room. Don't stick it in the middle of your book because then you won't be able to find it. Just stick it, stick it there, Amy. That's, oh, sorry, that's not yours. Scott, there you go. Stick it there, Scott, that's fine. Stick it in there, stick it. No, it's alright, stick it in your own book now, it doesn't matter. You've not started your new book yet, have you? Right, okay, we're not stuck it. Stick it in your book. Once you've stuck it in your book, you can go back and you can have a play for the next 5 minutes, okay? Yeah, but we've still got 3 minutes left. So a couple more minutes on this, we'll have a bit of a go. Riley, I don't think you're going to get on it. Riley, get on the computer, let you get on it. Okay, so we're not talking, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes just to have a bit of a play around. And then I'm going to take you some homework on this week, okay? This is a good game, isn't it, Georgina? Oh, I like that one. I like that game. Are you right? Are you on now, Taylor? Are you on? Yeah, play again quickly. We've only got a couple of minutes on, I'm afraid. If you've logged off, like Catherine, that's fine. If you've logged off, don't worry, because it is near the end of the lesson anyway. Just wanted to make sure that everybody's got on there. Okay, so a couple more minutes, then I'd like you to come back to your desks, please, so that we can get packed away. Do you like it? It's still on there, Lacey. What do you think of it? Do you like it? Good, isn't it? Yeah, play it. Right, well, you need to look at the words first, so you can look at the words, so when you have them, you can practice, and that will make it to a game. Yeah, one player. Someone's got to say. Right, okay, we do need to come back, so please can you put it down? Yes, Lindy. You like it? Oh, right, okay. So, all right. There will be some new words there. There'll be some vocabulary that you don't know. Okay, we need to log off, please. So even if you're in the middle of the game, don't worry about it. Just log yourself off, come back and stand behind your desk. Right, quickly, please, because Mrs. got a lesson in here. Guys, will you just put your keyboard and mouse and pop it in the tower for me? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. No, of course, please don't. Yeah, keyboard and mouse, right. Keyboard and mouse on top of the computer, please, like Mrs. just asked you to do. If you haven't done that already. Then come back to your seat. Let's get stuff packed away. Okay. I am going to be setting, I'm going to set your homework on this for next week. Okay, so I'll put it on show my homework so you can have a go and you can do some revision at home. Okay? If you want to just take it apart from Riley who I before the end of the order, who hasn't logged on to Sunday. So when I get your homework, you'll get on and you'll be able to have a go. And what I will do is I will do more, then obviously I will help you because that's going to provide your
It's not even over yet. It's over there. It's your friend. Yes, please. Hello. What happened? Cool. I do not care. I do not care. So, so what? The person killed themselves to kill someone else. I do not care. They die, they die. I don't even know who the hell she is. Meowber? Yeah, I know who Meowber is. She's dead too. She's not. I love Meowber. Or Jellybean.
Good.
Jellybean's just as bad as Meowber. Yeah, it's a friendly community, but whatever. And a man, apparently.
Oh, yeah, you can tell it's a voice changer.
There's a massive conspiracy going on that
Obviously.
he's a man.
Why do you call that a she?
Because it's not confirmed that she's a man. American progress. Is this what we're doing?
Well, I'm gonna bomb America.
I don't know, it's some American thing. America loves girls, like with little bras and stuff.
Yeah, that's creepy. How do you know that?
Because I play American World War games. Like Japan versus America.
As long as your brain's are alright. Look, did you need to eat anything? Okay. Right, you have to say, if you don't have your glasses, you come sit down here. Now, we're going to have to check a couple of things. I'm going to give you deal time in a minute, but some of you are just going to have to catch something up during deal time. So, what I want you to do, open your exercise book at what you did last lesson if you were here. Okay? And then we're going to see who needs to just copy something off and who can have deal time. I'll try that thing of putting it in. Right, last lesson we had about 7 people off, that's why I'm going to have to just sort one little thing out. We had done, do you remember? We had done, where's my map gone? We'd done all that the week before, so we'd learned about the 2 alliances that existed, etc, etc. And then what we've done, there should have been as well on top of the book, see where the book says? There should have been some sheets on top of the book. Where they go? Where the book says? Where the pile of sheets on top of the book. Where the sheets go?
skein these out, okay, and then she left, sitting on top of the book, I know because I saw them, she left about 10 sheets for all the work of the people who weren't here
got it.
last week. Now you've got it then because you were here, so what I want to know is where have those sheets now just gone? They were there 10 minutes ago. Somebody's obviously moved them. What happens when you have classes where half the people don't turn up on a regular basis? It comes in utter shambles very quickly. So were you the first person to get the books today? So there should have been maybe about 5 maps and about 5 sheets where people had filled in the details about the alliances. And this is going to seriously bug me because we can't really move on until we find those because we need to stock in the people's books. Anybody? Anybody else? Nobody's got that on the stairs? Over here, the books are over here, please. You then went here and pick them up, and you said there wasn't a pile of stuff on top of them? Okay, no, that's fine. So this is the only one that was left. Alright, whose is this then? So maybe Mrs. actually come back and put some empty proposals already. That could be a solution. Right, so let's now try this. We're going to get to your time in a minute. If you were not here last lesson, what you might have, right, there you go. What you might have is these 2 sheets, right? You'll have a map that you start colouring in, and you'll have this little grid where you filled in the details on your lines. Now, everybody listen carefully. If you were here last lesson, you've already stuck them into your book, yeah? Right. If you were not here last lesson, but you were here the lesson before, you will have these loose at the minute. I want those stuck in, so we're sorted it out, please. I want those stuck in to your books now, okay? So you need to stick those in on the next 2 pages, as quick as you can. I've got 1 map left over. I don't know who this is. Anyone not got the map where you coloured it in?
Oh, you got that too.
You got that sheet, okay. You may as well, you don't have I'll give you just a blank map right there. So what I want you to do quickly, very quickly, just write down on this map, if you can see them, the main countries. United Kingdom, France, Germany, Russia, Austria-Hungary and Italy, and then stick that in. Okay? Right, now, we'll give them a minute to do that, and then we're going to check the paragraph, and then the people who've got the paragraph are going to do their time, the people who don't have the paragraph are going to copy it. Okay? So let's just wait 60 seconds, I'll take register, so you're all sticking in. If you were here, you're just having a nice little rest for a moment. Right, in the meantime, will take the register. And by the way, a few of you who were eagle-eyed might have noticed something. I said I'm going to set you a quiz on the alliances. I said that, didn't I? I didn't set you, it's deliberate because there's one last little bit we have to do, and I forgot to do the questions about that. So the quiz is going to be set after today's lesson. Right, register Ben. Ben Bolton? Not here. Steve?
Yes, sir.
Caleb? Amy? Okay, good. Scott? Riley? Now Riley, I think you were off, so you sticking in? You missed 2 lessons. Sorry? I'll come and have a look. Ruby? You've stuck everything in, Ruby? Yeah. Amy, are you sticking yours in now? Scott, I think you were already done, weren't you? Caleb, were you already done? Did you stuck? Right, good. Richard, is your stuff stuck in? Why not? I'm a history teacher. Not a primary school teacher. Have you stuck them in? The 2 sheets. Do you have the sheets? Stick them in, please, Richard. Where were we? Jamie, you stuck in. Good man. Georgina, stuck them in now. Good. Lacey, you're just sticking your map in now. Jess, you're up to date, aren't you? Good. Warren's not here. That's probably Warren's map. I'll be stuck in the bin. Catalin, up to date. Good. Paige, up to date. Of course you are. Charlie, stuck in now. Right, good. Lucas, up to date. Good. And Lucy, up to date. Right. Once you've stuck them in, okay, once you've stuck them in, can everybody now look at this paragraph on the board? Now, we are doing a little bit about the alliances, and what we did last lesson, the people who were here, we wrote a paragraph together, didn't we? We wrote a point evidence explained paragraph, but the people who were absent will not have this paragraph. So what you're going to do now is I'm going to give you a heading, and you're going to write it down, and if you weren't here last lesson, you're then going to copy this bit here. You're going to copy the point sentence, you're going to copy this, and then you're going to write the bottom. Okay? So, put your hand up if you're about to copy the paragraph, if you weren't here. I'll wait till all the hands are up for the people who weren't here. So if you weren't here last lesson, and you don't have that paragraph, can you please put your hand up? Richard, are you here? You've got that paragraph in your book, fully written? We'll come and check that in a minute. Lacey, you don't. Amy, have you got that paragraph written in your book? No, so your hand should be up. Caleb, do you? No? Right. So, here we go. Everybody who has got that paragraph have 10 minutes of your time now. Right? Everyone else, what I want you to do is put today's date, so this is everybody who does not have that paragraph. You're going to put down the date and a heading, and then I'm going to give you 5-6 minutes to copy the paragraph down. I can enlarge it slightly in a minute. I'll see if I can work out how to put a yellow background on. So, today's date is the another pen. 5. Short one. What?
You don't need a pen,
Yeah, seems that way. Kind of laugh at it, okay. Right, pick an A, put as your heading, this is just the people who weren't here last lesson, put the heading, the alliance system. The alliance system. Then what you're going to do, I can make it a little bit bigger maybe in a second, although probably not. What we did was we looked at the alliance system, and we were looking at how does the alliance system cause the war. Now I'm going to go through it properly in a minute, but just to make sure you've got it in your books, I want you to copy, this is like one paragraph, but I've just split it up to point, evidence, explain. So point sentence, 2 sentences of evidence, and then a little explain. So you go ahead, if you weren't here, you've got dear time to catch that up and copy that straight into your book. So starting where it says the alliance system was a major cause. Right, go for it. I'm going to come round and check everybody else's books just to make sure we are all up to date. Because I'll mark the books last week and then happy you weren't here. Change the background. So just have a slight pause if you're writing it. You can guide me how I change the background on my PowerPoint. It's design. Which one? This one?
Format background at the top.
Oh yes, I know, I see it, format background. Solid fill? Solid fill, colour. There
And
you
then you
go.
press apply to water.
What?
Then you press apply to wall.
Yeah, I'm not going to apply it to all, only because I'm going to apply it, only because I don't know what that'll do to my maths and stuff. I'll try, okay, I'll apply it to all. Wait a minute, let's just go back to where we had it. We'll just for now leave that one yet. When we've got writing, I'll put it into yellow. Right, we'll work that out. We'll have to do that each time. Just with the maths and stuff that kind of makes it you can't see it. Right. Okay. So hopefully everyone can still see that, and Lacey can see it as well. Right. So there you go. So I was coming around to look at the books, wasn't I? Just check everybody has got everything where it's meant to be. Can you keep writing? Yeah, this is what I meant by the document. Yeah. With the map. Yeah, both. You got the map as well? Okay, we'll just stick with that. I know you have to quite expensive stuff, but yeah, just go through that. Yeah, probably go it along there. Right, so we're going to give you time until everybody who's off has finished copying that paragraph. No problem. You've missed an absolute shambles so far, but we've finally got us to it. Because we had so many people off last week, I'm just trying to get them who were off, stick in their stuff and catch up with this paragraph. Right. Okay, that looks fine, yes, you're up to date, good. You just get things that more sensible. Right. See, that's going to go up on the next page. That one's there. Right, but other than that, that's up to date. Put that one back in there. Your map's not being followed in for some reason, is it? Yeah, right, you're off there, right, that's fine, you're up to date, let's have a look at that one. There we go. You're doing very well, it's very impressive your work actually. Right. So excellent that's one, yes, so you're right, you missed that lesson, you're just copying that part. You can't, if you're too far away to see it, you can come a bit further forward. So just getting everybody to the same lesson is what we're trying to do here now. Making the most of your time. Yeah, half of them didn't do it and half of them actually. Right, that's good, Lucas. Nice work. Let's just have a quick check here, make sure you're back on track. Yeah, you've only just turned it back, isn't it? Oh, well. That wasn't very well out of 10, was it? Right, get going. So you should be reading, start you on here, sir. You're off today. Yeah, so that's beautiful. Matt, yeah, excellent, Scott. You're fine up to Amy. Missile, or not the best picture then. Never mind. No, you did really hold this. Never mind, leave it like that for now. Right, then, all there.
Yeah.
Is it readable? That's the only question. slow down when you're writing.
Slow down. I haven't changed it in the very
Yeah, that's why you're supposed to because when I came to it, I thought I'll need 20 minutes to read this. So I left it, I'm going to have a look at it after yeah, him and me. That's it. I'll do that when I've got more time. Yeah.
But I think when you slow down slightly, you sound like you really know what you mean, so I think it's more clear.
Yeah, that's not bad actually. That'd be perfectly readable. That's what we're looking for. Okay. So take your time. That's good. You're catching up now. You're up to date with it. Double check. Good. Yeah, you just take care of your own handwriting. That's the right thing. That's one. Now, don't panic about going too fast. We're going to keep to your time until we're all done. So everybody's in the same place. It's only Warren missing today. Yeah, I thought so. But again, your work's good, Jamie. Again, just the same. Just really focus on your presentation. That's the only thing I'd say. Okay? Right. So, hopefully about 5 more minutes then we'll all be in the same place. We also have to work out if we put it in yellow, but let's get it remanded. No, so when it gets to that, we'll do that for late. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, sometimes green, yeah. Look at this, it's called theatre. done, Leslie? Good, let's see who else is still going. Georgina, did you get it all done?
Yeah.
Good. Are you still writing, Richard? Where are you up to? You on that bottom? The last sentence. Good. Anyone else? Amy, you still going? You still where are you up to? Up at the top. Right. Next, yeah, Scott's got it in his book, so if you maybe just could finish that last little bit. Riley, where are you up to? You on the bottom bit? Right, I'll give you, we'll say then, if you finish, get your yearbook out, you're not addicted to yourself, we'll say we're going to put a 3-minute time limit on this, because we need to get on to the next little bit. So if you're still writing, Riley, 3 minutes to finish it. You still good, Charlie? You near the bottom? You done? Okay. This is sorting you for you, that last bit, good. Right, what I want, you done, Charlie? Is that everybody up to date? Where are you, Caleb? Last, right, well, Caleb, as soon as you finish, tell me, and then we're ready to start. Done? Right, what I want everybody to do now, close your books, and then, if you've already put today's date, and because you've been writing the paragraph, then you're just going to leave a line, and I'm going to give you a new heading. If you haven't written anything yet today, put a line across what you did last lesson, and put today's date, the 6th of May. Okay? So if you haven't written anything yet, put the 6th of May, and then everybody is going to write the same heading. Okay? So your new heading is, so once you put the date, which most of you have done already, leave a line, and then I want you to now check your spelling carefully, because this is a German name. So write down as your heading, the Schlieffen-Plan, and underline it. Schlieffen is just the name of a German park. The Schlieffen-Plan. If you think, oh, sorry, miss. No, I can get you, in a minute, I can get you someone's book.
Yeah, when you pause, I'll finish it off.
Yeah. I could have left it on, I could have just put the...
Oh, that's alright, don't worry. No, I didn't quite manage to write that.
Right, once you've written your heading, you can put your pens down. Right, what I then want you to do, once you've written the heading, turn to the back of your exercise book. I'm going to give you a couple of quick connect questions, just so we can understand what we've done so far. and then we're going to come back to the Schlieffen plan after that. Right. First question, and I'm going to be very, very kind to you. I'm going to leave the map on. Everybody got the heading? Shall I? What you write in the back of your book? Right. So in the back of your book, just put down connect. Okay. So it's in the back of your book. Right. First question, nice and easy. So we've been studying what we call the alliance system, how Europe kind of split into two different sort of alliances, friendship groups. Right, here's my first question. Can you write down for me the three countries who joined the Triple Alliance? So just put down number one and you write for me the three countries who were in the Triple Alliance. Now, if you're really not sure, you may glance at the map to help you, if it helps you. So which three countries were in this? Now, we did a couple of lessons where we talked about who became friends with who. So which three countries were friends and in the Triple Alliance? The Triple Alliance. I'm going to give you a big clue. So the word entente, which is the other alliance, is a French word. Okay? So France is not in this one. So who's in the Triple Alliance? Write down your three countries. So, Miss got your book. You use your whiteboard. Okay. So which three countries were in the Triple Alliance? Question 2. Once you've done that, so that was question 1. Question 2, can you then write down for me the three countries who were in the other alliance called the Triple Entente? The word entente is a French word, that gives you a big clue. Okay, so which three countries were in the Triple Entente? Done it? Good. We'll see that one final crucial question coming in a minute, but we're going to check these two first. Okay, so we know that three countries became friends, and then another three countries became friends. So they were in two separate alliances. Alliances are like agreements between countries. So we just need to remember who was in each alliance. Now, let's see what we've got. I know some of you know, but I want to check maybe from people who don't tell me quite so much. So, Lucas, who's in the Triple Alliance? In the Triple Alliance? Right, because remember, entente is a French word. So, everybody listen, check you got this right. The Triple Alliance, the first of the two alliances, is Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. Now, you should all have that correct. We also know why they became friends. The Germans and the Austrians are basically Germanic people. They speak the same language, got the same history. And Italy became worried about France because they were having a kind of argument over colonies, so they joined as well. Right. Second question. Riley, who therefore must be Triple Entente? One of them is France. So once you get one of them, you should actually be able to get all of them. So who did France join up with? Russia, good. And maybe a little bit of a surprise, which other country became friends with France? Not normally friends with France? Right, the UK, good. So I'll call them Britain on here. So, there's your two alliances. We've got Germany, Austria, and Italy, and we've got France, Russia, Britain. Now you can see that on the map. They are one colour, Germany, Austria, Hungary, Italy, Britain, France, Russia, a different colour. Right, I'm going to ask you one more question. So this is going to be the last Connect question. This is what you missed last lesson if you weren't here. This is the crucial bit. Both alliances, listen to this, became suspicious of each other, didn't they? Like they both started to worry about each other. So like the Triple Alliance was thinking, what are the Triple Entente up to? You know, why are they all in a friendship? Are they going to attack us? The Triple Entente thought the same about the Triple Alliance. They thought, well, why are they all joining together? What are they planning? Are they planning to expand? So here's my question. What did both alliances, write your answer, start to spend lots of money on? Because they were both worried about each other. So what if they start, now if you weren't here you won't know, but you can guess. If you're a country and you're worried about these other countries that they might attack you, what do they start spending money on? So, write down your answer. What did they start spending lots and lots of money on? Okay, so this is quite easy, I think. Jamie, answer? Weapons, right. So what they start spending their money on is weapons, plus, you know, the armies, all those things. So they're spending a load of money, right, on their military. And now, see if anyone remembers this, let's put your hand up. It becomes almost like a race, alright? So the Germans, for example, start spending money to make their army bigger, because they're a bit worried about Russia and France. Russia and France notice Germany spending a lot of money on its army, so they think we've got to spend money on our army because they're getting a strong army, they might be about to attack us, so they start spending loads of money. Then the Germans are like, wait a minute, they're spending a lot of money on army, we're spending even more, and it becomes a race. Would you agree? They're all spending loads and loads and loads, including Britain. What do you call that? It's called a something race. What do you call a race of building your military? Right, good. So you call it an arms race. So one of the big causes of the First World War, it's this simple, was just that these two alliances became really suspicious of each other. They all started spending money, they started having a race to build up bigger and bigger armies, because they were both kind of scared of each other. But what's the problem? If countries spend a load of money on their armies, their soldiers, their weapons, their planes, their tanks, what's probably going to happen? Use common sense. What's likely to happen if they all do that? Yes? There's going to be a war. So what it means is they're all ready for war. So if anything happens, if there's any sort of crisis or problem where these countries fall out, they're all going to be ready to go to war because they've all spent a load of money on their armies. Right. Turn back to the front. I'll just say actually, because what you said, Catlin, I just noticed that. I just noticed something coming. Anyone there the pump or when I'm speaking, let's just cut to the chase. You'll be getting a 1 hour after school detention within. We won't be going through P1, P2, P3. That'll be just so ignorant. I'll just make it a history detention. Okay, 1 hour after school. Okay, so I wouldn't push it. Nobody else can get up. So I was on year 8 instead of ever. This would show me disrespect in this room. It'd be a hell of a mistake, to be quite honest with you. So, here we go. Now, let's look at this map. Right, I've got a question for you. Nice easy question. If you look at that map, which country do you think would be most worried? Right? So just think what I'm asking. So we know Russia is friends with France and they're friends with Britain. Germany is friends with Austria and they're friends with Italy. So if there's ever going to be a war, it's probably going to be these two alliances that are going to fight each other. Now, which country would look at that map? Let's just get to it today. I'm quite keen to give a 1 hour. W1. That means the next person does something wrong will get a W2. Right, so which country, when you look at that map, would perhaps be most worried if a war started? Right, now this is interesting, so I'm going to agree with you completely. It is Germany. Now, you've got to all understand why, so let's just explain to everybody, why would Germany be the country most worried by these alliances? Right, so let's think this through. So far, this is a very good answer. Germany is in the middle, you said, of France and Russia. So if a war starts, where will Germany end up having to fight? Think this one through. Where will Germany end up having to fight? So if a war begins, let's say this alliance goes to war with the other alliance, where's Germany going to have to fight? Well, how many places will Germany have to fight? 2 places. Germany's going to have 2 wars at once, isn't it? Germany's going to have to fight France over here in the west, and they're going to have to fight Russia over here in the east. Now, if you end up having to fight on 2 sides, why are you probably going to lose? Put your hand up. Why is that going to be a nightmare if you've got to fight in 2 different places? What's going to be the big problem, Catlin? Right, what an excellent answer. You're going to have to split your army in half. The chances are you will eventually lose, won't you? Because it's like fighting 2 wars instead of 1. So, this is what we're looking at today in the last 15 minutes. Germany wasn't stupid. So So the Germans look at that map and think, we need a plan, right? And the man who was in charge of the German army, this was in 1905, 9 years before the war, was called Alfred von Schlieffen, right? Surname Schlieffen, that's why we call it the Schlieffen plan. Now, Alfred von Schlieffen looked at that map. I'm going to give you a chance to guess what you think his plan was. It's quite an interesting plan. So he looks at that map and he thinks, right, we've got a problem here. If the war begins, we'll lose, because we'll end up having to fight France and Russia at the same time, right? That'll weaken us. So he's got to come up with a solution. How can Germany win that war? Now, if anyone gets this, they'll be amazed, because it's quite a clever plan that he comes up with. But any thoughts? What's Germany going to have to do? We'll come to Belgium in a second. You know your stuff here. We'll come to Belgium in a second. But I want more the principles behind how can Germany win this. They're going to have to fight both these countries. But what they're going to have to try and maybe do to give themselves a chance. Jamie first. No, they already are with Austria-Hungary, so you're right. And Austria-Hungary, I know what you mean. So Austria-Hungary can also fight against Russia, which they will. Okay? So you're right. They do have friends, and in theory, Italy could fight against France. But Germany needs a solution, right? They got to fight France. They got to fight Russia, right? They don't want to fight them at the same time. Now, is there any way around that problem? Yeah. Well, you're on the right lines, actually. So let's take this a stage further. They want to beat one of them quickly, don't they? The way for Germany to do this is they've got to take one of them out straight away, beat them almost immediately, right? And then they can fight the other one afterwards. Now, I've got a hand down just for a second. I've got a simple question. Look at the size of this, right? If you were going to choose, if you're Germany, which one do you think you'd have a better chance of beating quick? France or Russia? Use common sense with this. Why? Do you know, you've shown some logic there actually. We do know some stuff about Russia. Russia was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? It had that Nicholas II in charge, it was quite backwards. So I can see your logic, but there's something about that map that would say to me maybe France. Now why? Right, Russia is just so huge. You're never going to beat Russia that quickly, are you? It's always going to take you a good few months. Whereas France is right next to you. And by the way, can I go back to Lucy's point, actually? This is quite interesting. Do you remember when we learned about Russia? I told you Russia was quite a backward country when it wasn't as developed as like Britain in terms of its industry. Do you remember what the Russians had less of than Britain? Although Russia is like hundreds of times bigger than Britain, what did Russia have less of than what Britain had? No, they did actually, that's true, but something else. Railways. Now just listen, because you might get confused here. Russia, sends away out here, has got less railway tracks than Britain, right? If you go to war, why might that be a problem? And the Germans do this. Why might you need loads of railways if you go to war? Now put your hand up for a thing, because think what you've got to move. So why would you need loads of railways? Right? You've got to move all your soldiers, move all your weapons, move all your supplies. The Germans know this, right? So Germans know Russia's like this big backward country. It's going to take them ages to get ready, isn't it? It's going to take, the Germans reckon it will take Russia 6 weeks just to get their army in the right place, right? Now, that means, you following this? So that means Alfred von Schlieffen is looking at it thinking, wait a minute, the Russians will take 6 weeks to get ready. So we've got 6 weeks where we could beat France, right? Now, I liked what you said, actually, Taylor. The trouble is, France isn't stupid either. France is going to have its army. Look at this map. France's army is going to be here, isn't it? Right? So if Germany attacks them, they're waiting for them. So what Alfred von Schlieffen did, he looked at this and thought, we've got to beat France, and we've got to beat them in 6 weeks. Right? We've got to beat them quick. If we beat France in 6 weeks, then we can fight Russia after, because they'll take 6 weeks to get ready. Now, if you listen to Scott, who knows his stuff, you might have heard something. What's the plan? You've got to catch the French by surprise. Now, does anyone know? So what could you do? You want to attack France, but not where they're expecting you. France is expecting you to attack here, on the border. So So where might you attack instead? You can go around. You can't go this way, because this is Switzerland, which is like mountains, so that's like the Alps, right? You wouldn't go that way. But you could go around this way, couldn't you? Now, Scott said it. I'll let Scott answer if nobody else knows it in a sec. Which country, little country, is this? The Germans, you could sneak through here and catch the French totally by surprise. Paige? It is Belgium. So what I'm going to show you, I'll move the slide on a little sec. This is quite a clever plan actually that he comes up with. So what he's going to do, you just have a glance at that while I clean my board. This is the Schlieffen plan, right? Let me just clean this up and explain it a little bit better. And this is the plan that the Germans are going to use at the start of the First World War. This is actually going to start the First World War, this plan, as we will see. So if you imagine, let me draw one of my maps here. I'll imagine that that's the coastline, that's the sea. Okay, you've got the sea up here. You've got France down here. We'll put S for France. We'll put P, Paris. Okay, we'll imagine that's Paris. We'll imagine that up here we've kind of got Belgium. Right, and this is G for Germany. Right, here is the Schlieffen plan. What Alfred von Schlieffen said was this. He said, right, there's a way we can win this war if it starts. Now, he makes this plan 9 years before the war. What he said is, number one, we will have to start the war. First question, why will Germany have to start the war for this plan to work? So what Alfred von Schlieffen said is, we must not wait for other people to start a war. If there's going to be a war, we've got to go first. Why does Germany have to go first? Why would Germany have to start the war? Great answer, Catelyn, because this whole plan depends on surprise. So you can't do it after the war starts. So Germany knows this. Germany knows if it looks like there's going to be a war, Germany's got to start it, so they've got to surprise the French. What he then said is what we'll do, so we'll start it, we'll attack them where they expect us to attack them. So basically we'll attack them along the border. So the French will leave their soldiers there, and we'll attack them. But while we're attacking them there, we're then going to take the rest of the German army, and we're going to go through Belgium, like this, okay, and we're going to come round and down to Paris, right? In fact, they're going to go right round, look at this, they're going to come right round the back of Paris. Now, Paris is the capital of France. Now, this is a clever plan, isn't it? Because what they'll do, so they'll go through Belgium, go right, so the French army's all going to be over here. They're going to go round the French army, round the back of the French capital, and pretty much come round in this direction. They're going to encircle the French army. The French capital city will be caught. The French army will be pretty much surrounded from the other side. The war will be over. Alfred von Schlieffen reckoned it would take France 6 weeks to do that. Sorry, Germany, 6 weeks to go through Belgium, capture Paris, France would surrender, then they could fight Russia, whatever. Again? Yes, France would have to surrender. France would be out of the war at that point. Now, does that make sense? If you look up here, let's check one more time. So there's Germany, there's the French army. So Germany will attack here just to keep the French busy, but the real attack's up here. They're going to sneak through Belgium, come round the back, and encircle Paris. And they'll go right along the coast, round and encircle Paris. And that'll be amazing, won't it? France will be defeated in 6 weeks, and Germany will win the war. I think they can fight Russia after, and it will be game over. Now, yeah, but that's fine, because they'll leave some of the soldiers back in Germany, and then once they've beaten France, they can move some of these soldiers back, and then they can defeat Russia at that. Because Germany believes they can quite easily beat Russia if it's just fighting Russia one at a time. Okay? Now, any questions? We're going to run out of time, but I want you to write a little bit of this down, yeah? Catelyn, you should have been advising the German army. The problem is, of course, that now they factored in that there'd have to be a bit of fighting, but they honestly believed the Belgians would be so weak, we just kind of walk through Belgium, there wouldn't be any problem. And they believed they would do it. There'd be some fighting, but they believed, because they've surprised them, they believed it would be quite easy. But what you've spotted is what's going to go wrong when it actually happens. The other people, the Belgians, the French, and also the British get involved, they actually fight back much harder than what the Germans expected. So it nearly works, the sequence plan. They do get to 30 miles away from Paris, but it won't quite work, and it's because of what you said, because they get slowed down, and so they don't quite get to Paris in time, and they get stopped. And that's why the whole First World War then started. That's why it goes on for 4 years, because they can end up facing each other. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Once it starts, they're all going to know. You know, of course they're going to touch each other, but your armies are then in the wrong place, aren't they? So the Germans are already moving, the French will be desperate trying to get their soldiers back in place. But the point is, by that point, the Germans believe they'd be on the way. Because once you get going, it's very hard to then stop you. But you're both right. You're absolutely right. In the end, this plan will not work. It looks better on paper than it actually works in reality. Okay, so it nearly worked, but it didn't quite work. Now, here's what I want you to do. Caitlin, ask your last question quickly. Yeah, to be fair, they do wait 9 years. It takes 9 years from when he makes the plans to when the war starts. But you're kind of right, and the funny thing was, in the end, it's just really hard to fight on both sides. In 1940, Adolf Hitler's leader of Germany, we'll study him next year, he does much the same. He attacks France, but he keeps Russia out of it. He makes a deal with Russia, and so he does almost the same plan. He goes kind of through a place the French aren't and he beats them. Okay, but so in a way, the thing that is going to amaze you when you get to the war is it nearly worked. You can't believe how close it came to work, and they really were 30 miles away from Paris. It was a huge kind of close thing. So Germany could have won the war right at the start, but because they don't, it then becomes this long, horrible war that becomes one of the most famous wars in history. Right, here's what I want you to write down. Underneath the sleeping plan, answer this first question, okay? So I'm going to put a question, you write this question down. Why was Germany, write the question down, why was Germany so worried about the Triple Alliance? Now this is an easy question, don't start talking about Belgium yet. So why was Germany so worried about the Triple Alliance? Just copy that question. Time is against us. We've got 4 minutes, so we're only doing this first question, because we had a good discussion there. Now, this goes back 15 minutes to the very first question I asked that Lacey answered. So you've got 3 minutes to answer that question. Don't mention Belgium, don't mention 6 weeks, don't mention anything. Just, I'm going to put one map up, and all you're explaining is when you look at that map, why was Germany so worried? So what you're trying to put in your answer is, you're going to write it like Scotland, when Germany was worried about the triple. Do you know what? Ridiculous mistakes myself. Can you, if you wrote the word alliance, you have my permission to put a line through it. It should of course say Entente. This is a real question, don't make no sense. So why was Germany so worried about the triple Entente? Sorry about that. So just if you wrote alliance, just put a line through it and put Entente instead. Now, sorry, you should repeat soon. Right. You've got 3 minutes, answer the question. So you're just going to say Russia was worried about the triple Entente because, think what Lacey told us 15, 20 minutes ago, if you're Germany, you've got Russia on one side, France on the other, you're going to have to fight what's called a two-front war. I'll put that on the board. In a war, you call the places where you fight a front. Okay, so just, that's all I want you to put in your answer. So the fact that Germany's got France on one side, Russia on the other, so this would mean they have to fight in 2 places, a two-front war, and you probably lose if that happens. That's right. Write that, and then that will, write it neatly and clearly. That will probably do it. So what we'll start, because we lost a bit of time, we'll pass them down at the beginning. So what we'll do on Monday, we'll just go straight into the second question, which is, what was the sleeping plan? Okay? However, I'm going to set you the quiz for Monday, because you've studied everything now, even though we haven't went to the second bit. You're going to get 10 questions on summer homework about who was in each line, what was the arms race, and what was the shooting plan. What? Yeah, we'll take 5 minutes. Can I just say one thing? Listen, Amy, listen. Show my homework. You remember, if you get 10 out of 10, you're finished. If you don't get 10 out of 10, you've got to use your second and your third attempt. You understand? You do all 3 attempts unless you get 10 out of 10. And remember, one or two of you actually got worse the last time. When you get it wrong, look which ones you got wrong and then change your answer for the next one. Okay, that'll go on to my homework later. Right, well done. I'll keep the books, you don't need them. Ben and Dee, with round next week, well done everybody. Ben, Dee, with round.
I did never say that, but alright.
How did you know that Belgium and all that? You don't know? You got it? I'm just asking how you knew it. Maybe you watched something about it? Good knowledge. Yeah, what you knew about Belgium, yeah. Good topic. Amy, don't forget Amy's book, whoever's collecting them in. Eat the trouble out of Britain for the best Amy. So Britain controls the seas. Yeah, so that's why they couldn't do that. Good idea though. So as I said, Caleb, you can't go by the sea because Britain's too powerful. You can't go this way because Switzerland's full of mountains. So the only way is really that one.
Ben, you were told to get them as well.
Yeah, you got one book free.
Right, have we got everything packed? Right, come and get lined up. I'm on duty. Duty call.
So it was a glitch, that's why they got 3 skins. Dismemberment in pod. Add that. Dismemberment in Fortnite.
You've got 2 views on your 15-hour stream.
It's not a stream, it's a video. I need to get.
How did you upload a 15-hour video?
I don't know.
It's gonna using your dad's internet. That means you have good internet. How long did it take you?
The school time. Or how long did it take?
They're not bad. Then my internet's faster.
What are you talking about? What the hell?
Wait, you made a 15-hour video? Why 15 hours? Not an hour.
went flying at the door. And my kid was flying. On it was going to go. Oh!
Mental problem.
Why are you pushing people around, man? You're lazy, man. You let me do all the work instead I want to do it myself.
No.
I never said that. You lazy pig. No, I said I never said that. Yes, open his bag. Bag's open. His bag's open. Yeah, it is. He's relaxing himself. Run, guys, gonna molest him.
Really spent an hour.
I didn't spend an hour, I spent like 10 minutes so I could be home and wasting my time on it. I was talking about Google.
No one did.
Did you do it for an hour? How long did it take? Oh. Am I the only one who did it? I just did it on my notepad instead of three. Stuff on Google. How much was it? Richard, did you do the music homework? Don't talk about it to the teacher, right? You did not do it either? I did it, but I spent like 5 minutes on it last year. Don't tell the teacher at home, yeah? Okay. Gonna just remind you. We didn't have homework for music. I don't know if we might just get people anyway because no. Just tell no one did it. He did it in 5 minutes. I just didn't want to get detention for it. Is that an egg thing? What? No, it's not. It's one, I thought it was one of those egg things. Play the teacher. No. That's on loose. What? No, I'm not spinning. I'm sit still. Choke him out! Choke him out! The ball's gone. Why he's holding my hand! He's holding my hand. Where's the dog from that tree?
Oh, he's like me.
I don't know who the hell's
You
Fred
don't
is.
know who. And I keep click.
Oh, yeah. Dude! Oh.
Oh my god, it's been at me.
I don't want to lose my vision. Why the hell do you always talk about weird things? Because I'm not losing my vision.
Yeah, I've already asked that before.
Okay. I don't know.
My dad.
Yeah. can balance, balance! I'm not balancing.
You just broke it. What?
We can balance the longest.
You just broke
One.
it.
I got 1 second now. It's Jamie's turn. Your turn starts. Now it's actually 1 second to the counter back. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, GG. This is being Jamie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What did you do? Team high. What are you screaming at?
He forgot to bring his homework.
I did it online.
You did it online?
I did it.
Yeah. The internet was offline.
Okay.
The school website was offline.
You can't see. Your hair goes through. Okay.
You
Nah,
played
you
the
don't.
Chica Cup.
You actually don't. No white stuff coming from your hair. And not that type of white stuff. Not that type of white stuff. That's 10 out of 10. Here we go. Hell.
Got some Lee and
Get here, boy.
I bought some Lee and the Caniston.
It's my coat. Aw, she's stealing my coat. That's glue stick, but alright. No.
No, no. Giving.
Lots of food. One whisper, it's good.
Yes, so.
Hello?
22.
I'm blowing the window.
You're blowing the window.
I'm blowing the window.
That's my John Lincoln gift card.
It's green and blue and brown. No, I gave it to Richard. It's a wire or something. Oh! I'm dead.
Who's trusting are they?
No, no! Guy around there. It's got flashes. It's got to play through. Yeah. No. Imagine not being in Champions League. Push your bum up. Wait, that was the ruler I threw in computing time. Oh.
That's my ruler.
That's Gabe's ruler. I throw out the window. Oh. I remember it now. Okay.
Because he called you gay.
That's it.
Oh, this is Caleb's pen.
I threw out the window.
Yeah.
Where's it gone? It's running. Oh. What's this? Whiteboard marker.
That's all of Caleb's stuff.
Scott, you're in the firing squad range. Hello, Crow.
What's this?
It's Jimmy Crow, you idiot. Oh, hey! Hit him in the side of the head. The glasses are sticking up though. Jesus. Richardson. What time Richardson's not gonna hold back? Well, I'm a witness, right?
No way.
Oh no! I said it. Oh my god! Oh, it's only 100. They heard that from up there, I bet. It went boom against the window.
It was Liam.
Yeah, it was Liam.
And Ben.
Is there any cameras on there? Yeah. Well, at least it won't. Yeah, it won't capture
They're not
the
even
window.
turned on, I think. There's 3 of them.
They're not even on. I was over there trying to get the thing. And you said there's 3 cameras.
You're so free. You dog water. You've got a 0 P or 0 I wonder how severe that's going to be because it hit the window, so that could be counted as vandalism.
I was a hit the right window. How did I
Yeah, that would have shattered the window. It wouldn't have gone inside the classroom. It would have fucking smashed it. It would have smashed the goddamn window. It would have gone right through. Like, it's got smashes. You can't hear anything that one. 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 He's coming! He's coming! Not in that way.
Not that
Coming,
way.
not in that way.
What if you go that way?
What do we have now? We have 200 feet. Oh, what's the time? Oh, you cheat! Oh my god, Jesus. I'm not even... Oh! Get the last one!
Bigger than Pinocchio. Right, we've got questions on the board which we should be able to answer if we listen up. So, let's make it down to the door so you don't have to make any noise. Question 1. It says, I'll read it. Explain why limited access to healthcare is a cause of rural to urban migration. First of all, we need to know what rural to urban migration is. So what we're going to do is write down this sentence first of all. It says, tell us what it is, yeah? Rural to urban migration is the movement of people from countryside, rural areas to cities, urban areas. That's where people move from the countryside and they move to the cities. So we want to go about that sentence. Why without limited access to healthcare force people to move from the countryside to the city? And if it's not a poor country, look what's going on here. So why would these people leave the countryside if they're suffering from a lack of access to healthcare? Why would they leave the countryside and move to the city, the urban area, if they're suffering from crop failure? So we should be able to have a go at answering those two questions. Yeah? Well, first of all, so make sure we write out that sentence for you. Yeah? Rural to urban migration is the movement of people from countryside, rural, to city, urban areas. Yeah? Listen from Ben. B. Caleb. Amy. No. Scott. Riley. Ruby. Richard. Julie, Jamie, Georgina, Lacey, no, Jessica, Catelyn, Paige, Charlie, Lucy, Lucy. We make sure we're really taking care of our presentation now, yeah? Any little mistakes we do, just put a neat line for it using a ruler. Yeah? Okay. No squiggles on the page. No graffiti on the page. Right, so we all have a green pen, that's everybody in this room, a green pen in their hand. Please. So, the number one, can we put in green pen, just the second sentence, the number one, very neatly in green, just the second sentence. It says, I'll read it, the doctor in isolated rural means countryside, yeah, the doctors in isolated rural communities often have limited, that means very little, access to basic medical supplies. Yeah? So, that's for the first one. Can we get that down in green, yeah? Just that second sentence. The doctors in isolated rural communities often have limited access to basic and then the second one, if we all just get down this page here, so this is again my people, so who live in rural, in poor countries, in the countryside areas, people in the country, in the rural, they suffer quite often from crop failure. Yeah? So crop failure will often lead to the risk of starvation. Yeah? In poor rural communities. Yeah? You got a red one? Let's do it red for now, yeah? And farmers also suffer from a decreasing income. If their crops fail, they have nothing to sell. So therefore, they will have no money. Can we cut off the board? Can you quickly get that bottom one down for me in green? Is that green pen? The red one? Yeah. Let's get down what it says to me next to it. On the bottom, this goes, just get down the answer so underneath it. I'll read it to you. Drop area. You'll often need to the risk of starvation. The risk of rural, which is spelled R-U-R-A-L. Rural community. Right, so, just to still line you were on, we will move on in a moment. So, around the world, do we understand that? So, in certainly some very poor countries, or even developing countries, certainly it's happened a lot in China, and we'll look at it in China as well. In China, traditionally, a lot of people live in the countryside areas, in the rural areas, right? So they would live off the land, yeah? They would farm and grow enough food just to survive. Yeah? We call that, it's a new word maybe, subsistence farming. Yeah? It's just growing enough to provide for yourself and for your family. Yeah? They don't make much money from doing that, so it's a very traditional, quite hard day-to-day survival. So, as the country of China became healthier and developed, more and more of the people lived in the countryside areas, the more isolated parts of the country, the countryside areas, they started to migrate and move from the countryside areas, and they would move to the cities. Because in the cities, there's obviously more job opportunities than just farming for a little bit of money. Yeah? There's better housing, isn't there? Yeah? There's more access to healthcare, there'll be more hospitals, there'll be more doctors. Yeah? So they are reasons why people, and it's not just in China, but around the world, in other more poorer countries, that people are migrating from the countryside, the rural areas, to the urban areas, the cities. Yeah? Obviously in the UK, our rural areas are quite well, do have services, but even in the UK, if you do live in quite a remote little village, maybe in the Lake District from Yorkshire Dales, there isn't very much there, is there, sometimes? Yeah? There might not be, and I was thinking about poorer places, but there's not always a post office, there isn't always a doctor, yeah? There isn't always a bus stop. Yeah? So it's quite often very small, isolated villages lack basic services. So quite often people would move, if they want those things, they move to the cities, to the urban areas. Yeah? Preston, where we live here, is an urban area. Every city and town is an urban area. So an urban area, spelled U-R-B-A-N, urban, is an area that's built up. Yeah? So obviously where we live, there's houses everywhere, there's roads, there's schools, there's hospitals, so any city. Yeah, all cities are man-made, but yeah, so it's built up, it's a built up area. Whereas if you live in the countryside, it's more isolated, it's more farmland, it's more rural is the word, yeah? There's less of those things, yeah? There's less buildings, less roads. More fields, less buildings. Yeah, more fields, less buildings, basically, yeah. Thank you. I'll put that on the board in 1 minute, yeah? I don't want to make too much more. Some people like that, but if you think that in the poorest countries in the world, if you imagine what their rural areas are like. They will lack pretty much everything. Yeah? Not only they might lack a bus stop, they might lack access to clean water. Yeah? They might lack access to Wi-Fi. Yeah, Wi-Fi is probably not even a big issue, but obviously the issue with that though is that if you don't have Wi-Fi or there's no access to the internet anywhere in a particular area, that's going to always, until that changes, that is always going to limit the chance for any business. Because businesses are all going online, aren't they? And they're trading. So if you haven't got any Wi-Fi, how are you going to connect to your customers and things like that?
Yeah, but one thing is, what you do, if you have that song, that's how you're doing it, and you don't get it.
Yeah, yeah, that's where it's put. But the idea is, the key thing to take from this, Charlie, is that life in the countryside, certainly the poorest parts of the world, can be quite isolated, yeah, where you are cut off from everything else that is really going on. Yeah? It's from okay, let's get the details. And what's this got to really do with this? Just what you said on story, yeah? Okay. It's very interesting anyway, right? So today, can we have a quick title, because we should already have got the date down, comparing rural China, so comparing the countryside areas of China with the city areas, the urban life in China. Yeah? So we'll see how life is different for people living in the rural areas, the countryside, and it's going to help people apply to the cities, to the urban areas of very different. I get what you're saying, but if you live in a really cut off, isolated place, and you have very, very little money to ever get anywhere out of there, if you do urgently need a doctor, that's like Charlie would say that, yeah. You can be cut off, isolated, yeah. So even if you need to change that for whatever reason, if you need a doctor, and there isn't one there, then you are stuck, aren't you? Yeah? And again, well, because traditionally, as we'll find out in the lessons in a moment, traditionally, before China really started to industrialise and was building a factories and manufacturing, most people, around probably hundreds of millions of people in China, did live in their rural areas, in the countryside, because they would traditionally just grow food and live off the land in a traditional way of life. That's only really changed in China in the past 45 years. Yeah? Used to be very extremely poor. Yeah? And we will look at how that has changed now for most people who live there. Right, so can you do some work as we go through and have to get things down on the paper so I'll issue that? Quite well, alright? So, there's pictures there on the left hand side of the board. They show rural areas, countryside areas, yeah? Two pictures on the right hand side over here, they show urban areas, city areas, right? So, quickly, and we can all do this, we'll just look at these pictures. Answer question 1 on the sheet very neatly. It says, what is the difference between urban and rural? So what is the difference between the two? Could you just check it? Yeah, she hasn't turned up straight from the clock.
I know she's just giving me a list of people that have gone home tomorrow.
Yes, I've just got ready to it.
Okay, so we've got a few videos. We should have all been able to get a little answer down to that. We'll go through that a bit later on. So the first video we're going to watch, as it comes on right remote, should be there. So that might be the one. Have you got a pass? Okay. Let's be sensible, please. Right, thank you. Now, we don't need to be... Right, so, what I'll be able to do while we're watching this is to really focus on what else is going on surrounding the people we're talking, and look what's going on in the background, yeah? So what are the conditions, what are the living conditions like, yeah? So pay attention to this. If we avoid chatting and asking questions while we watch it, please. If you listen, you might pick up a few ideas. Okay, cheers then.
Well, if you want an example of just how left behind some of China's poorest communities have become, there's probably none more striking than the village on top of this cliff. The options for government intervention are limited. In this case, it's come down to nothing more simple than this steel ladder.
So look at what the village looks like.
The government says that it wants to wipe out poverty in the next 3 years in China. Do you think it's possible?
So this is how they're trying to prove things. These settlement villages are being built.
You no longer have the open fire, you no longer live close to your animals. Do you miss those things, those traditions? It's an issue that's now dominating the domestic news agenda, and it's driven by the vision of just one man. President Xi Jinping knows that the continued existence of serious, widespread poverty represents a threat to the very legitimacy of a communist party that came to power promising to help communities like these, not leave them behind.
Okay, right, so listen up, just out about this. So, question 2 now, your sheet says, what are conditions like in China's most isolated communities? That village we've just been there was obviously very isolated, it was very cut off, wasn't it, from the rest of civilization almost, yeah? The rest of society. And so just put in a little sentence or two, say what were the conditions, what were the living conditions like, yeah? Where the people lived there, yeah? So I think we can all have a go, yeah? From what we've just seen, answering question 2 on the sheet, please. Yeah? And what did what I think we could get an answer to that there, please? Let's say a little bit about the older housing sort of place, the traditional housing mud brick, wasn't it? And the heating came from an open fire, didn't it? Yeah. About the houses, so the housing was made out of like mud bricks, wasn't it? And the heating came from an open fire, didn't it? Yeah. main video down, number 2. If you leave me on tonight, I'm going to watch a few more videos to help with these, yeah? Right, so, I'm going to watch. We can also play answer question 3 as well. So, that was asking about what is the Chinese government doing. I'll just quickly play the last minute of the video again. So, what were they doing to try and improve conditions? So, I'll play it from this bit here. He's going to explain in a moment how they're trying to improve and reduce the poverty, make conditions better. So just listen a moment. And here we go. So the Chinese government has this solution, which we'll find out in a moment. So they are building resettlement villages, okay, which look like these. Yeah? So the resettlement villages are more accessible. Yeah, you can see the roads now. Yeah, obviously they're built on flat land. So what are they doing to improve things? They are constructing, building resettlement villages. The people who live in those really isolated communities, they're now being moved. They're being resettled somewhere else. Well, they might have a choice, they might not, but I think if you saw the conditions in that little model we were in, compared to what is being given now, well, it might not be for free, they'll probably pay like a fee, a rent, yeah, but their conditions will obviously look a lot better, don't they, yeah? They probably have heating, clean water, yeah, so I'll have a listen about what they say about these things as well. So the new villages include schools. So obviously that's going to help with the education of the children. Yes, we've got new schools now. So 5 million people have been relocated.
Fire, you no longer live close to your animals. Do you miss those things, those traditions?
肢解放在离谱，觉得离谱，不维持的那些我们不想。
It's more hygienic now, yeah. So that's for the third one, and obviously what you can notice that compared to the older houses we saw earlier in the video, where they were made out of like mud brick and the heating came from an open fire. Now they have electricity, yeah, they'll have heating, yeah. So conditions have been made a lot better for those people, yeah. So I'm sure they will be quite supportive of the government, won't they, those people, yeah. So to have benefited from moving into a more accessible village, yeah, where there's actually traffic passing nearby. They said to go all the way to the top of that hill, that cliff, up those stairs, and we know how dangerous that looks. Yeah, so they're trying to make places more accessible. Yeah, so people can actually get there. Yeah. So that was for question 3. Have we all answered that? Yep. Okay. Then the next one, question 4. So why? We'll answer this in a moment. Watch this video first. So it's saying, why is life in the countryside so challenging? So we'll find out a bit more on this one.
Well, this province, Guizhou, is the poorest province in China, and this region is one of the poorest parts of Guizhou region. Down just behind me by Jiaoqing village, out in the paddy fields there, people are out working by hand. They've been there all day. In this province, the average incomes here are on a par with somewhere like Sudan or Nigeria in Africa, but in this sort of region of Guizhou, it's far, far poorer. If you go up into the hills, people really subsist from what they earn from their land. Now, up there, we've been talking to several people. We met a 24-year-old man. He's just had his first son. He had earned nothing, he said, this year from his fields. His name is Lu Daiyi. And another man we met, a 70-year-old Lu Zhiquan. He says that he earns nothing but his meagre government pension. His life is very hard.
My cow hasn't had any calves yet this year, so I don't have any income. Just a pension from the government of about £5 a month. This morning I'm making rice wine. It tastes nicer than the stuff you can buy, better quality. I've seen on TV rich people living in nice houses and driving fancy cars. I dream about having that kind of life, but I know it's just a dream. I hope the new generation of Chinese leaders can make us all richer. I think they've been trying to reduce poverty. Can't say they've really benefited yet.
Celebrate your baby being 1 month old. I only had myself to look after. I'd be making enough money. But I have a wife and a baby now, and I don't have enough land to grow food for us all. I've seen, in the city, people living in big houses, in such nice skyscrapers. But if you look around here, the houses we live in are just built from wood and bricks. I don't think it's fair that some people have so much money to spend on their expensive lifestyles. When I see those big bosses eating at the big hotels every day, well, what's the use of feeling envious or angry? If I had a lot of money, I wouldn't mind spending it on an expensive meal either. But I don't. That's why my heart aches when I spend money, because I have so little of it.
He's not alone. There are an estimated 150 million people in China still living on less than about $1.50 a day, below the poverty line. And that's a real problem for China's leaders. The incredible economic growth story in China has also been incredibly unequal, and the benefits have accrued to people in the big cities on the eastern coast, where you find now, today in China, over $1 million millionaires. So these disparities are growing bigger and bigger, and that is what China's leaders themselves identify as a real priority that the next leadership about to take over, who will be appointed next week, must tackle. Their fear is that if they don't, the instabilities could grow in China.
So what we just saw there, think about the very little income that the people were talking the video there they were earning, so obviously income is very low, yeah? So, and then you think about what most people would depend on, so I think the old man said he only has 1 cow. I think he said his cow had a calf this year, he said. So, obviously, if they're very dependent on the farming, but the farming fails, they've got no alternatives, there's nothing else, yeah? There's no other job opportunities out in the countryside there. Your crops either succeed or they don't, your cattle produce or it doesn't, and even if it does, the income's still very low anyway, yeah? So think about the money, and again to the conditions of the living in there. Why is life in the countryside so challenging in China? Yeah? So 2 or 3 minutes to the down to question 4, yeah? So why is it so challenging? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Young Lucas. Got a green pen, Charlie. Yep. Just do the phone trigger. Do the next little pen, that's fine. Just look at all these squiggles here, like I said before. Put one little line through it. I'm not going to do it, you know, mistake. Just put it in. Yeah. Little line through it, get the top in there. You get that? Okay, just put your phone through, please. Hold on. People very with some money, yeah, you can. Looking at good money. Is that a green pen? Yeah. So people, P-E-A, yeah. Okay. Oh. Right. So that is life in the countryside, in the most isolated rural areas in China, in rural communities where it's very cut off from the rest of society in China, yeah? It's very remote. Yeah? Now we'll watch a couple of videos looking at life in urban China, looking at life in the cities, in the big cities, and we'll see how there might still be some poverty, but again the extremes are quite between rich and poor in the exact same cities. It's a huge gap, yeah? There's some extremely wealthy people in Shanghai, one of China's mega cities. There's still people who are struggling to get by day to day, yeah? We call that inequality, the gap between rich and poor, yeah? That one.
If China's leaders could choose one image to symbolise their decade in power, then this might be it. Shanghai's rise as an important financial hub and engine of growth has been dazzling. The city's own building boom has provided jobs for millions of workers, pushing per capita income well above $12,000 a year. But Shanghai is a symbol of modern China in another important way too. Those who are growing rich here, those who pay $2.5 million for apartments like this one, are acutely aware that the growing wealth gap is leading to resentment and anger.
The gap is obviously getting bigger and bigger, and some poor people, they're trying to make them out of it, you know. But fortunately, we have a very strict and very powerful government, and they're trying to control everything. They're trying to calm these people down.
But some economists argue that strong government is now part of China's problem. The over-reliance on big infrastructure spending, they say, is stifling innovation and distorting the economy.
The government is becoming the problem, not the solution. The government. Why? Because the government is too powerful, controls too many resources. It created a lot of distortion. The people is getting a smaller piece of the cake, of the GDP. And that's why the Chinese economy is difficult to transform from investment-driven to consumption-driven, because the people don't have enough real income to consume.
It's not hard to find people without enough income to consume in Shanghai. Mrs. Lowe lives in a tiny one-room apartment and shares a bathroom and kitchen with her neighbours. This city might be a success story, but it's a reminder too of the challenges that lie ahead for the next generation of leaders.
So, I'll show that bit at the beginning again.
If China's as
So we were seeing the apartments, which are worth over $2 million. An apartment, not for a big mansion, an apartment. So there's obviously a lot of wealthy people who have that wealth, but in the same city of Shanghai, obviously what we saw at the end there, is there are people who don't have money to afford their real own place, and all they really can afford, because it's so expensive there in the city, is that they can afford a one room apartment, literally one room, and they have to share the bathroom and kitchen facilities with the other neighbours who live on the same floor as them. Okay, so there's big wealth gap there, yeah? Multi-millionaires, and obviously people who are having to share facilities. So let's have a quick look at that again.
A decade in Dazzle, the city's own building boom has provided jobs for millions of workers, pushing per capita income well above $12,000 a year. But Shanghai is a symbol of modern China in another important way too. Those who are growing rich here, those who pay $2.5 million for apartments like this one, are acutely aware that the growing wealth gap is leading to resentment and anger.
The gap is obviously getting bigger and bigger, and some poor people, they're trying to make them out of it, you know. But fortunately, we have a very strict and very powerful government.
So that's usually a part where people with obviously real wealth can afford to live, and then we're looking at the end there where obviously probably more well-off people
Have to consume.
will live here.
It's not hard to find people without enough income to consume in Shanghai. Mrs. Lowe lives in a tiny one-room apartment and shares a bathroom and kitchen with her neighbours. This city might be a success story, but it's a reminder too of the challenges that lie ahead for the next generation of leaders.
So question 5 then. So you're describing, so the word varying means the ranging living conditions that the people of Shanghai live in, yeah? So I mentioned that some people who can afford these luxury apartments are fantastic, but then there's obviously other people who struggle to afford to live in that city, and they're having to share facilities with neighbours, with strangers maybe, right? So that's the big, as we said there, it's a wealth gap, yeah, between rich and poor. Yeah, that's your question 5. You able to answer that, Larry? Number 5. Okay. So question 5 is describing the range of living conditions, the varying living conditions that people in Shanghai are living, yeah? So what do some people have, what do some other people maybe have for their day-to-day accommodation where they live? Yeah? So from what we've just seen on that video, what can some people afford and what maybe? You're answering that. the whole of the year, like 2 days. That's the 5 days. 1 day either side. Over 2 days. Right, so we'll watch the last video. We'll have to watch it again on Monday for our time to answer. So this one is showing the conditions. We'll have to watch the first 2 minutes. So Hong Kong is a 15-minute part of China. Well, it's not that one I want, is it? Here we are. So it's one of the most expensive cities in the world to live in, yeah? The cost of living there is very, very high. So that's right, like that. Love you or hate me, that's what I'm living. We're probably going to run out of time. Now we'll watch that next time. I think we do need to pass away. If you put the sheet inside your book, don't lose it, we're going to...
Bum, 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 bum. What's going on, sweet? Oh, you won't. Yeah, I just beat the card. 92 ranked.
92, I can put Man United.
Operation Bananas. Bananas versus Nazis.
Oh my God, Lucas.
Thank you very much for your interesting. Countryside, what's urban, Jamie? Built up areas like such as cities, yeah? So rural, countryside, urban, built up cities, yeah? Towns and cities. And 3 words, inequality. Yeah? So the gap between rich and poor, inequality, yeah?
almost like carrying it, don't you?
Yeah. You're sitting with attention, I up into it.
Oh, Georgina, stop hitting people, Georgina. Stop hitting people. Stop. No, I wouldn't hit them if I were you. I'd just turn around and no. Because I was telling them not to mess with older guys because they're not around. No. Stop being gay. Can you really knock him out though?
Name a Portuguese player.
Do it to Georgina, see if she's laughing. Do it to Georgina, see if she's laughing. Why not? What I do to your dad? I got you. Your hand is chamber.
Mate, Ruben Diaz has like 10 aggression, whilst
What the hell are you two doing?
Mate has 97. And he's lighter. What do you mean? But captain is better than gold 87 rated. I literally put him into an FPC 3 times.
It's Caleb! Ow! Oh, the headphone! Stop drowning. The thing with bang bang, bang bang. That was dramatic. Yeah. John Cena. You, because you're saying about it. Is it off you, Scott? Do something on the ball, alright then. I'm gonna get homework, you kids got homework to do. Just don't tell. Just don't say. Don't say. Did I leave my equipment packing? I did not leave my equipment packing. Nope, it's here. If I would have left my equipment packing geography, I would have ran back there. Yeah, screw the class rules, I'm going. Please, I'm only down the pathway. Stop crying. My kid,
be up to you, don't worry. So any coat needs to go on the hooks outside. You need to get the equipment out that you need, but if you've not got your book, get some paper, get some blanket, get set up for the lesson, and then put your bag under your chair. Just get a good one. Wonderful. Everything out that you are going to do. Thank you, B. Very helpful. Thank you, Taylor. Well, the date is the 6th of May. Thank you. Underline that. Riley. Ruby. Jamie.
Yes.
Georgina.
Yes, ma'am.
Jessica. Kathleen. Paige. Charlie. Lucas.
Yes.
Lucy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's have a think about the question on the board. Let me hear Jamie. What do you think? Which one's the odd one out, Jamie? The trumpet, brilliant. And why is it the odd one out? Great. So the flute and the clarinet are both in the woodwind family. The trumpet's from what family, Ben?
Trumpet's from the brass family.
Perfect answer. There we go. Thank you, boys, for that. Nice and easy. Okay. Don't need your pens, don't need your books for the next bit.
Miss, I find it easy because we're in the last time.
Good, that's what we hope to do. So I want you to choose a word from the board and tell me as much about that word as you can. Catalin, choose a word. Dynamics. What do you know about that word? Perfect. I'm hoping that we're all thinking, yeah, I knew that one. Can we stop fidgeting? We need to listen, that's the only way that we're learning. Stop the fidgeting. Brilliant. Dynamics is the volume, how loud and how quiet. Well remembered. Pick another word, Riley. Brilliant. What is that guy called, Riley? He is a leader. That's just not his official name, Lucy. Conductor. So
So that's your baton, and it's what the conductor does to instruct the orchestra. Well done. Another word, Ben.
A viola.
What?
A viola is a big stringed instrument that you play while sat down.
Nearly. We're half there. It is a string instrument, well done. It's not the big one though that you sit down, it's the second highest. Not the smallest, it's the second highest. Okay, so it looks like a violin. I'll bring them out again after. Please listen, stop fluttering. Wait till you're asked to speak. Well done. Have we all got it? Viola is in the string family, but it's the second highest, not the big fat one. Charlie, pick another word from the board that you think you know. One time about double quaver.
Is it something that you play more than once?
Kind of, yes. Okay, so this here, everybody, stop looking out the window then. This here is a double quaver. That's what it looks like. Okay, they've been joined up at the top. So this would be a single quaver with its little tail, and that's why we say it's like quavers for Chris, because they've got little curls on them. If you put two together, you join them up there. And they are those quick notes, the quick running ones. They are worth what in value? What's the value of those? Go on, Caleb. Yes, what's the value as in number? What's the worth?
Is it 2?
Not 2. Not 1.5.
1.
It's 1 in total, because they're each worth half, and half is 1. Right, is there any other words that anybody recognises from the board? Ruby? Fancy, which one? It is one number on top of the other. It doesn't always have to be the same though. Okay, make sure you're listening. So it could be 3/4 time signature, it could be a 4/4 time signature. So the numbers at the start are the same. Okay, what do those numbers tell us? Charlie?
How many beats are in a bar?
Good lad. How many beats are in a bar? Is there anybody else that's got any? Go on, Caleb. Crop chip. Tell me about a crop chip.
Is it a 1-beat note?
Well done. It's a 1-beat note. So a crop chip looks like this. And it's a 1-beat note. Excellent. Is there any other words that we know? Jamie?
Articulation.
Go on, it's hard on this.
Is it a note?
No, good try. Go on, babe.
Unique sound of a...
That's timbre. Good try. Anybody else? It's so hard, that one. Anybody know? Go on.
Is it the style?
No? Go keep trying.
I'm out of ideas then.
Go on, Caleb. No, good try. I'm loving all these efforts. Jamie?
The piece of the music.
It's not the pace, it's how the music flows. Yes, Ben.
Time signature.
We've done that one, that was the numbers at the start. Which one have we not done? Tuned percussion. Right, so percussion. Your percussion family's in 2 parts. You've got tuned and untuned. So, is this tuned or untuned?
What's on there?
Tuned or untuned? Put your hand up if you think it's tuned. Put your hand up if you think it's untuned. Put your hand up if you haven't got a clue. Thank you, Kathleen. So, untuned is, these can't make tunes. What am I making now? Come on, Caleb. What am I making now? What, Charlie?
Is it a marching band song?
Sounds like that's a rhythm. You can make rhythms. Make rhythms with untuned instruments, but you can't play my favourite Take That song. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, I'll have to introduce you. I will have to introduce you to the best boy band of all time at the end of the lesson. You're going to it. So, you cannot play Ed Sheeran on here. But you can on that. What's that? Piano. So that piano is tuned percussion, because you can play a tune. You can play a tune, okay? Yes, you can play a tune on that. You can't do that on there. So tuned percussion is you can play a tune. Untuned percussion is you can't play a tune, you can play rhythm. Wonderful. Questions from last week. You're not writing this down? The conductor has 5 different jobs. Conductor is the person who stands at the front here, 5 different jobs. You don't need to write this down, you need to be listening. Can anybody name I want 2 really, there's 5. Georgina, can you remember any?
Kind of like really that was power, like the orchestra, like how like higher or lower.
Good try. Not higher in pitch and lower in pitch, but you might want them to be quite
So, dynamics.
dynamic. So you want the dynamics loud or quiet. Well done. Please use the answer. Well done. Charlie. Yeah, so he wants these to stop and these to play. Or these to stop and these to play. Good. What have we all got that he controls? The pulse. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so even if you just remember 2 of his jobs. So he does the dynamics, he does the tempo. What does tempo mean, Scott? Do you know what that word means, tempo? What's the opposite to fast? Slow. So he controls the speed. The tempo is speed, that's fast and slow. He controls how loud and quiet. He controls the pulse. 1, 2, 3, 4. He tells them when to stop and start, and he also controls the articulation. We've just had the word articulation. What does it mean, Jessica? We had that on our word board before, Riley. Brilliant, it's the flow. Excellent, Riley. Next question for Georgina. We've had this one actually. What is this stick called? One. Baton. Georgina, you were great last week. You were on fire last week, weren't you? How many instruments, Lacey, please don't talk. How many instruments are in an orchestra, Lacey? Any ideas, Kathleen? Oh no, not 300. In one orchestra, how many is there? One, Riley? Well done, Riley's arm is nearly out of his body then, sticking his hand up. Well done. 58 instruments in the orchestra. What are the families called? There's 4 families. Scott, can you remember one of the families? There's 4 of them. Brilliant. Woodwind, brass, string, percussion. Well done. Excellent. They are. Number 5. Last week we watched a video and Grant, his name was, the conductor, talked about the string family, which was the highest pitched instrument in the string family. It's the smallest and it's the highest pitched. Violin, well done. What was the lowest sounding string instrument? The big, big one. Well done, the double bass. Number 7. We looked at scales on the keyboard. How many notes are in a scale? Go on, Ben. 8. Good lad. Okay, 8. So it's called, remember what it's called? Think of octopus, octagon, we call it octave. Octave. Octave is 8 notes. Good. We looked at the C major scale. So on your keyboard, you know you've got to play 8 keys, but which one do you start with if we're doing C major page? Middle C, perfect. Where do we go up to?
The next thing,
The next thing, yes, you go from C to C. All white notes, no flats and sharps. Did we do G major?
Yeah. Did we go down?
So G major must be from where to where B?
From the C to the
G major.
G major.
Must be where? Where do I start for G major?
G.
G. G. Up to G. But last time we had an F sharp. Did we do F sharp last week? No. We've done brilliantly there. There's loads of things that you've remembered. We've just gone through 9 questions there. There was 8 questions on the other side. Well done, everybody. So, today we're going to have a look at the woodwind family. So if you'd like to write the title, The Woodwind Family. Yeah.
I don't know about different families. Like for example, we're going to do the back family next week.
Correct. Well done. Yeah.
I know it.
Is it with that guy again? I forgot his name.
Grant.
Yeah.
My name is Grant, and I am the conductor of the. No, what does he say? Hi, my name's Grant, and I'm the conductor of the orchestra. That's what it says. I've watched it.
I like Grant.
My name's Grant.
You probably watched it about 8 times.
Have you written the woodwind family and underlined it, Lacey? Wonderful. Have we all done that?
Yeah.
Can you write numbers 1 to 6 down your page? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down your page, because he's going to introduce How many instruments, Scott? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the numbers on your page. How many instruments is there going to be? 6. Last week he told us about them from high to low, but this time he's going to go low to high. So we're going to start on number 6. He's going to introduce the lowest instrument. If you hear the word and you think, okay, I heard that, yeah, I know what to write down, write it down. If you don't, it doesn't matter, I'm going to do it at the end. What I don't want you to do, when he says this is this instrument, people go, what? What did he say? What was that? Can't hear that, because then we've missed the next bit. So if you hear it and you get it, write it down. If you don't, just listen and watch, and we'll write them down at the end. Okay?
I'm probably listen more.
Here we go. Here's my friend Grant.
My name is Grant, and I'm conductor of the orchestra. Let's meet the woodwind section, going from the lowest instrument to the highest. The contrabassoon. The bassoons. The clarinets. The oboes. The flutes. The piccolo. Together, the woodwind section sounds like this. That is the woodwind section.
Okay, the lowest instrument is called, Caleb? The contra bassoon, double S, double O. The contrabassoon, C-O-N-T-R-A, contrabassoon, double S, double O. That's the lowest one, the big one. What was the next one? Okay, bassoon. They share a similar name, so the next one was bassoon. Number 4 was, Charlie, the clarinet. Clarinet.
You mean for free?
No, number 4.
Oh, I didn't roll. Because I didn't opposite way around.
Clarinet's number 4.
I didn't opposite way around.
No, contrabassoon is number 6, that's the lowest one.
We did it the opposite way.
And then I said he was going to introduce them lowest to highest. I said we were starting number 6, and the conductor even said this is the lowest one. You got contract, stop.
Contrabassoon is number 6. Bassoon is number 5. Clarinet is number 4. Number 3 page. Oboe. Number 2, Riley. Well done, the flute. F-L-U-T-E. And the highest and the smallest, Caleb, you do brilliantly. Piccolo, well done. So piccolo is P-I-C-C-O-L-O. Well done. Excellent. Okay. So, let's recap our scales from last week. So once you've done that, just put your book clipboard to the side. And we'll have a little think. Get the time away. So, C major. So look at the middle of the keyboard. Make sure you're listening. Middle of the keyboard, and I find middle C. Middle C is the white note before the 2 black ones. Everybody's got a little diagram on their keyboard stand to help you. Okay? So I start on middle C and I go 8 notes, then back down. Then I tested to see if you could do both hands. A G major is very similar to the C. However, we start on G, because whoops, it's G major, so we've got to start on G. But when we get to the F, we don't play the normal F. We don't play the white key, we play the black key. We go G, A, B, C, D, E, all these are white notes. When we get to F though, we don't play the white F, we play the black F next to it. Then carry on to normal G. Then back the way we came. Last week did we write down C major in our book? Did we write down C major with C to C, all white notes? Perfect. Did we write C major? Right, so last week you wrote down C major with C to C, all white notes. Can you now write down, not all of it on the board, can you write down how G major, and underline it, G major, so just G major, underline it, and then write this, G to G, and then F sharp. It looks like a hashtag sign, F sharp. That's all I want you to write. So G major is your title, then G to G, and then F sharp. That's all I want you to write. Because then when you go to your keyboard and you're playing it, you'll know that G major means you play G to G, but instead of the normal F, you play F sharp. So you're going to have a go at that when you go to your keyboard. Which hand will you be using? Jamie? Your right hand. Well done. The next one I want us to do when we go to our keyboard is the D major. So D major must start on what, Lucy? It's D. And it must go up to what? It's D. D, E. But I've got 2 sharps on there. F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp, D. So this time when we play D major, we're playing from D up to D. However, 2 of them are not the white notes. Which ones are not the white notes, Georgina? Go on.
C and F.
C and F. So when we come to the C, and when you get to the F, don't play the white one. Play the black one right next to it. So we go D, E. What do I do now? F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp, D. Back down to where I came. So can you write in your book D major? Because then you've got it in your books to go away to the keyboard. D major.
is D to D, and then F sharp and C sharp. Sometimes people think that C is a G because it's quite dark there. So make sure you've got F sharp and C for cat sharp. So D major is D, C with an F sharp and a C sharp. C sharp, not G. We got that, B?
Yeah.
So D major is D to D with an F sharp and a C sharp. So you've got two to practice there. Okay. So there is a keyboard available for everybody to have their own. Nobody needs to share. If you're on the keyboards up there, your headphones are over here. If you're on a little keyboard there, the new ones, the headphones are already attached to them. That's where they need to be at the end of the lesson as well. Okay. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. For the two people over the back. So when you get to your keyboard, if you're on a new one, your headphones are already there. If you're on an old one, you need your headphones. Take your back book with you, and I want you to practice those two different scales. So choose which one you're going to practice first, and I'm going to be asking people to play. In around about 3 or 4 minutes. Off we go. I'll move you back. Anybody struggling, please ask me. Oh no, keep some sharps in there, going back down there, Sage. Some of these are sharp.
Right, okay, so this is keyboard then. Ben, you're on. Oh, you go and find the keyboard around the back. G major. So find your G, look at your diagram, find your G, and it's exactly the same as that keyboard. Nope, that's there. Go G. So G has an F sharp in it. So G, press G, then A, then B, then C, then D, then E, then F sharp, then G. Back down the way you came. Keep going. Perfect. Put it back on here, but I know you've got it in your book. So G major. Go on, Caleb. Yes, please. Yes, please. Well done. That's excellent. Anybody else can play with a G major? G to G with F sharp. Georgina, brilliant. So start on G, all the way up to the next G, and then use an F sharp. Okay, so start here, G. Other hand, right hand. That's it. G, A, well done, excellent. Anybody else? G major, Paige. G to G with F sharp. Sorry there. Go back on G. G. There we go. Go. No, that's A, move down one. No, that's an F sharp instead, not normal. Let's go again. That's it. Well done. D major. So D major is more complicated because that's got a C sharp and an F sharp. Who's going to be brave to do that? That's a difficult one, that. Who's brave? Still try. I love that. I love that. Still going to try. Right then, start on D, Caleb. Okay, D. E, F sharp. G, A, B, C sharp. D, back down. C sharp. Well done. Anybody else going to be as brave as Caleb in yourself? Here we go. Anyway, go on, Georgina. D. D. E. F sharp. G. A. B. C sharp. Good, back down. Carry on. Oh, F sharp. Lovely, well done. Anybody else would be brave? Okay, so we are going to start a song today.
learning. So we're going to learn the keyboard chords. Which hand do you do a chord in? Which hand do you use for chords, Riley? Left, well done. Because we've just been doing that with our right hand. So we are going to be looking at our chords on the keyboard. When we've mastered the keyboard, we're going to learn it on the guitar. When we've mastered the guitar, we're going to learn the drum part. Okay, so keyboard part first. I'm going to give it a little bit of a whirl today. I'm going to play it for you for what it needs to, well, kind of what hopefully it sound like. If you remember from previously in the year, your chords are play a note, miss a note, play a note, miss a note, play a note. Do you remember? B, do you remember? So chords are played with your left hand. Start this way, everybody should be looking this way. Play a note, miss a note, play a note, miss a note, play a note. So if the chord is C major, which note do you start on, Lacey? C. Then you miss the next one, you play the next one. You miss the next one, you play the next one. That's what it looks like if it was to be written in music. C, E, G. It says root there. So what's the root of something, Lucy? The bottom or the top? The bottom. You find the root down, don't you? Yeah? Okay? And you can just ignore that now. Both hands. So, we're going to start playing the chords of a song called Wonderwall by Oasis. Anybody know it? The aim is, some of us are going to play on keyboard, some of us are going to play on guitar, some of us are going to do the drum kit, and some of us are going to be singing. All my lessons this week have been singing along to this. It's a song from the 1990s when I was at school, but I was surprised when so many people know it. Okay, so this sheet has got all the chords on it highlighted for you, and on this side it's got the words, the lyrics. So this is the aim. It's not today, this is not going to happen instantly like this, but you're going to work out the chords for this song. So this is how it goes, see if you know it. Today is gonna be the day that you're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should somehow realize what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Oasis made, I don't know how much money, far too much money, loads and loads of money based on that song. And that song is 4 chords. 4 chords for the verses. Slightly different ones for the chorus. You're my wonderwall. That's the chorus. Slightly different ones, but 4 chords, we can all do that in here with a little bit of practice. So, you're all going to get this sheet, listen carefully. If you turn your sheet landscape this way, along the top, it shows you all different chords. And also it says A minor, and then it's shaded in red how you play an A minor. So use your little keyboard diagram that you already have, and use that, and have a look, and put your fingers in the right place there. So there's all the different keyboard diagrams across the top. If you turn it round to the other side, the portrait one, that's where it has the words, and the chords are above the words. I know the words. So I just use the bottom bit, that's easier for me, because it tells me that I play A minor, C, G, and D, and then I repeat them. Okay? So all the information's on that sheet. So what I want you to start on is the landscape page. Okay, like that. So I'm going to hand it out that way for you to have a practice of those chords. Then yours, the top of there, 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 page, top of there, Jessica, top of there, top of there, okay? There you go.
This will be left hand. Which one are you trying to do first? A? So A, C and E. Your left hand. Use that to help you. Which one are you playing? A. A minor. So A, C, E. Yeah. You practice all of them, then you've got all tools to be able to play the song. Just practice all of them, because then you can use the ones that you need for the song. Push can, you can put your fingers on keys. So the next one's the blue one. What do you know doing? Remember them. A. A, C, E. Play down, listen up, play down, listen up, play down. G. Try G. G. Play down, listen up, play down, listen up. C. C. D. D. F. Find your breath. Play down, listen up, play down, listen up. A. Yeah? Do one at a time. Not to do all at the same time. That means remember them all. Practice one. Yeah? Yes, Caleb.
So do you want on the G one?
Yes.
So it says G, A, B, check that one.
C, B, D. So G, B.
Oh.
Anybody else need a little bit of help? You okay? Okay, yeah, fine. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, Taylor. Brilliant. So now the order is 2 A minor, 2 C, 2 D, 2 B minor, repeat. 4 times. So that's the order. 2 those, 2 those, 2 those, 2 those, repeat. Just have that.
I don't like the language something bit, so sorry, more likely.
That's the new theme song. That's even better than the other one. That song sucks, mine's better. That's a way better song than what the hell you guys are playing. The demos are better. It was similar to Survival. That's not the actual lyrics. Yeah, I know the lyrics. Oh yeah, right. You can't afford this to hide if you carry that back to hide. It'll be heavy, but you know where to put it. Oh, whatever, I'll put it then. Where are you going? Is this a cutaway?
Yeah, then.
Oh my, let's go there then. Why have you got a Roblox run? You run like you're playing Roblox or something. I always smell good when I go out here. Are people in there eating better stuff than we? It smells like steak pie and bacon and stuff. Smells so good though. The teachers stay at the dinner room to eat the food after it's
Honestly, it's about time for him to be nice to him. Good man. We got defeated by the Sunday. I don't know where he's going to see it. I've got time now. I've got time. Yes, I think so. I don't know what you think. I don't know what you think. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. Have a good day.
Oi!
Oh, no, no. Whoa, it's on the roof. Is it on you on the roof? Where's the ball that's on the roof? Who's dead on the roof? The ball.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, you I think we just turned over the roof of the thing. I mean, we're not really friends, but he's allies. Yeah, it's even worse than a rich thing. Rich.
How are we gonna get rid of this?
Oh, that's
Look
it.
at that. The cheese touch.
Oh, so that was that golden thing. That thing that's sweet.
It golden string.
That thing is sweet, and it's really sweet. Very funny, that's a good question. He's probably hiding out in our spot. We're not there. This is weird too, when everyone's around. But when you guys got here, when you next to him, alright, let's go. I hope this is not going to turn into real combat. Okay, there we go. I don't know, but maybe it's okay. He's racing to get the anywhere. I've got three tickets. I guess I could get the image. I don't know where it's gone. He's vanished. He's becoming sad. Oh, it's just some boring crap right here. Where's Lucas going? He's going him. Let's go. Go get him again. home. It's got his bag open. Yeah, it's that top thing, that top dildo that found over there, I think. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a dildo, but it looked like one. Yeah, it was steel, it was a big one, big and thin, you probably shove it up with yeah, they're like, I don't know, I don't know, I'm not anything. Let's go then, too. What's happening around here? We got Ben Wilson. What's happening? Okay. Hello! Go, go! Give minute now. Okay, that's okay then. Race is gonna hurt a lot right now. Jamie, brace yourself. Not the piece of Sorry again, Lucas. I'm very sorry. Further outside. You know what happened further outside. Stop reminding me. Yeah. The rugby pass last year. I didn't know what he was doing. He deserved it. He wasn't going to be Williams. What even is his name? Liam. It's very nice. Cream gravel hall. Oh, I think Janelle should be a superstar for his company. What the fuck up? Are you obsessed with Janelle or something? That's all you've been talking about all day. Oh, where's Janelle going to be in? Oh, this is what happened. They were all hiding in there. They were They were all hiding in there, and I said they were going to go get them. They opened up and went, oh, sorry. You are, yeah. I can't breathe all day now. Oi, oi. Oi, oi. Is he coming? I'm not going to come on off in 1 second. I need to record after that. And send it to Fortnite. On the back.
What joke?
Oh! It's the whiteboard pen! I usually see what got thrown out a window. That was so close, you didn't even realise that was about to throw it. Sorry for anyone who's in there. There you go.
Well, I've done that.
Oh, Liam. Not the ball. way. I'm not going now. Hell. It's not even real though.
I did get the report before. I have good news. And I'll take over on that. Yeah. Maybe. Well,
What's Georgina doing? COVID.
How many boys are try again?
What happened?
The cycle is yet. It's not on the board. A yellow one.
Okay, I'm silent.
My book's in there.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Start the place if I don't get it, I'll have to go and one.
I don't know what it is.
Steve, what do you say? Anyone? No. Okay, I can tell you that, right? Everything back to the same. I'm staying for you ready to Ben? Steve?
Yes, sir.
Caleb? Scott? Riley?
Yes, sir.
Judy? He's in the room. David? George? Joyce? Stacey? Jeff? Kelly? Faith? Charlie? Lucas? And Lucy. Okay, I'm going to give you another 4 minutes on the start. Don't waste time with them. I think questions 3 and 4 are a little bit tricky. So work on those together to answer what we can. Hold your breath. If I give you an example, then say what you want to do.
Toasty boy.
Put both of these away. Personification. Personification. Look at the word person. Personification. What my teachers, what my teachers are using is personification. You describe it as if it was a. There you go. Look at yourself, Aaron. Okay, let's take some feedback. Let's have Scott. I know Scott can smash his first one. Scott, what is a simile? Perfect. It is. Scott said a simile is comparing two things using as or like and slightly completely correct. Lacey, you have a great example of a simile, please. As cold as a freezer, perfect. So there they can use as, okay, to compare things. As cold as something else. So it's comparing things using as or like. Perfect. What is personification? What about it?
So that describe something and it's like you describe it as being a person.
Perfect. You're describing something. Okay, we'll try and talk over it, we'll do one more spot. I know you want to talk about chapter stuff. So, yeah, first driving is describing something using human or person-like features. Okay? Now, 3 and 4 is really tricky. Come on, guys, here we go. Really, I can see that's a really, really good effort, Taylor. I can absolutely see what you're saying there. Jamie, you want to next one? Yeah, almost. You're both really close. So I'm going to go through what it is now, okay? Or not, because my there we go. So, perfect. We've even got an example. So, I'll stop this now. So, the active voice. Now, this is going to sound a lot of very technical words, but I've actually broken it down into kind of actual examples. So, the active voice means a sentence, where the subject, the thing that happens, is acting upon its verb, which means it is doing, okay? I am going to the shop. He punched me, okay? I pushed him over. That is all the active voice. It's all the active. It starts with the agent, okay? It starts with the person who's doing the action, otherwise known as the subject. In the passive voice, the subject gets flipped around. So the subject's not the initial yet. So rather than I pushed him, instead of saying I pushed him, you would say something like he was pushed by me. Okay? Sorry, squeeze. Fast. See it down there. More. Squeeze. Okay, so you're saving we're saving the subject until the end of the sentence. So, for example, he is being taken to the theatre by his parents tomorrow is the passive voice, okay? Because his parents, the subject, are at the end of the sentence. So let's challenge now. How can we make this active? How can we rephrase the sentence that's the active voice? He is being taken to the theatre by his parents tomorrow. How can we rephrase that to start with start with, and the active one is his parents. How do you start with that with his parents? Somebody?
His parents had taken him to the cinema tomorrow.
Perfect. And that would be everywhere. But that would be, yeah, it's not fine, it's gone. No, it's not. You can put brush on it. Okay. It all will be fine, because maybe you might have put your nail a little bit too short, and it wouldn't do that. Exactly. So that, in that way, if it starts with his parents, which is what we call the subject, the people who are in charge of the action, that is put at the front, and that makes it into the active one. Okay? So, we've got a little bit of reading to do. Okay? I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we quite finished chapter 1 last lesson. Yeah, absolutely that's right.
I don't read that.
Oh, you got a book? Yeah, there were short ones, like 20.
No, this is
No, I don't yet.
That's why we're on page 9.
We're on page 9.
This page is ripped.
What page are we on? Page 9.
Page 9.
No, it's 9.
Okay. Let's start on. Hold on. Let's finish chapter 1. So first of all, let's read from page 9. I think that's where we'll pick up. And if not, page 10 then we'll later. So, I think I am going to read the story page 9, but then Lacey, you can that first. You can read page 10. Kathleen, you can read page 11. Georgina, you can read 12, 13. Steve, sorry, I heard it before. Yeah, so page 9. I shrug. I like the truth, I guess. Someone needs to make sure the truth gets told. And that's someone is you. How pompous was I sounded? Pompous means probably arrogant. Embarrassed, I smiled. Didn't you know? Dante Leon Bridge is only my birthday. On my first planet I know, Dante Leon. Fighting for truth, justice, and freaking few games for all. Melanie shook her head, a little quickly. I'm beginning to remember why I used to like it so much. Used to? Past tense? She's like a baby in her arms. I like other things in my mind, she split up Dante. Right. Like Emma for one. Whose baby is she? Is she relative? Just that moment, the baby started to squiggle. Hell, it sounded like the thing was winding up for a loud ball. For a long, loud ball. There's nothing you changing, said Melanie. Hold it for a second. I need to get rid of my cigarette. Melanie thrust the baby at me and was always turning, so I had no chance to take it. She headed out of the room and made her way to the kitchen. Get rid of her cigarette was now academic between she's used to it. The whole room stank. I held the baby at arm's length, pulled my head back like a turtle, but matching distance between myself and the thing. There was the sound of running water from the tap, then the bang of the bin lid snapping shut. My hearing was searched to maximum as I waited for the sound the second I could clasp back this thing in my hand. Like this.
Now we enter the room. We'll practice hand. She opened the outside of the bag, hanging out on the back of the wooden with a pale plastic laid mat. Decorated with multicolored flowers. She laid it down on the ground, smoothing it out and extended a disposable nappy, a smaller orange plastic bag, and she gave it to white. With a waveful smile. Mary took the baby from my unresting hand. My dad's voice was unintentionally audible. But Dad, I didn't want to do that again in a hurry. I watched as Melanie knelt down on the carpet to display the baby on the plastic mat while I opened the window and Mel started talking a whole heap of rubbish. Words like, am I going to see you now? Oh yes I am, oh yes I am. And it was getting worse, and I watched as Melanie undid the yellow all-in-one baby glove, gently extracting the baby's legs from the outfit. She wasn't seriously going to say the nappy around carpet, was she? It looked like she was, wrong. I wanted to stop her, but what could I do? I watched the horror while it was after the football and nothing. It was filled to overflowing I was amazed. I managed to hold down my breakfast, but I backed up and backed after the car. I thought I'd move faster if the matter had still started like and started taking around the room. You should watch this, Melanie said. You might learn something.
Really well read, Lacey. Can't we call it Lacey? I know it, yeah, I know it. I don't remember the sound. Can't remember.
Yeah, Dad, it's quite straightforward and
Gingerly. Characters that are actually done. Yeah, fair enough. Really well done, Catherine. Who are the next players who's talking? Yes, so from Mel White. Remain the stage. So the read what it says on a piece of paper? Yeah. And then lastly, it is Beat.
I stared at her. The other baby's brother. Melanie nodded slowly. Dante, I don't know how to say this without just saying it. Didn't have to do anything. The best explained so much and said so little. Melanie had a baby, and she was the mum. Had trouble taking it in. Melanie was my age, and she had a kid. Dante, I need to tell you something. Mel wasn't even 19 yet. How could she ever be stupid enough to have a kid at our age? Hadn't she ever heard of the tale? Kids were people in their late 30s, and steady jobs, and serious savings in the bank. Kids were for those bad people who didn't have anything else to do with their lives. Dante, are you listening? Huh? I was still trying to wrap my head around the fact that Melanie was a mum. Melanie took a deep breath, eyes closed, followed by another. Dante, you're the dad. Emma is our daughter.
Yeah. So we predicted it. We kind of see it coming. But, so because we did a response last lesson, and because I think we kind of need to get on with reading chapter 2, we're only going to discuss it. So we're not going to write an actual response. Yeah. So we are going to try and start chapter 2 this lesson. But before we do, I think it's really worth looking at. So, question is, in your response, is this: how has Blackman, the writer, structured this part of the text to engage the reader? Okay, so what are we told to look at? Firstly, look at the page, so look at the beginning of page 12. Why does it begin with Dante mentioning past memories? Why does it? So, let's make, I'll tell you what to do. Let's do, yeah, you know what, we will do something. We're not going to write a full response, but what I'd like to do is write, well, we draw in your books, a timeline, okay? Let's do a timeline together. Yeah, fine. Okay? So at one end, thank you, at one end, we're going to put the beginning of page 12. So that's a 1 and 1. Beginning. So page 12 beginning. And then we have end.
Wait, so page 1 is the beginning?
No, the beginning of page 12. So do a timeline from these two pages. The end of page 13. Okay? So there are 2 points that we need to consider in your timeline. Make sure you all get that down for me. Then halfway through, we're going to do middle. Like running 1 and 1. Flipping over again, we'll continue to go down constant systems. One, you've been really at it so far. It's been a great lesson so far. Please don't miss it. So in the middle, we're going to do the middle of page 12. So these are the 3 bits we're going to be looking at. So make sure you've got all 3 of these on your timeline. So this is instead of doing a whole question, we're going to do timelines and pick out bits on our timeline. Okay? So do you've got on the board. Yours will be neater, because you'll be doing it with a ruler. That's what we want to do. Now, on the beginning of page 12, it starts with Dante remembering past memories. So underneath where you put page 12 beginning, let's have a think together. Dante's past memories. Now the question is, why start here? Why start with Dante remembering things way back in the past? Adam's Dante's brother. So Dante is right. It's Dante's son. This is Dante. Okay? Dante. Say it 3 times, don't forget. Okay. So, why begin here? Why begin the big reveal of Dante being Emma's dad? Yeah, but okay, good. But why begin it with Dante's past memories? Why starting here? Okay, build good because they have a kid. But who is he remembering? Yeah? Melanie, okay? So Dante's past memories, he's remembering Melanie when she wasn't a mother. So he knows now, well, he suspects that Melanie is now a mother. But when he remembers in those past memories, he's remembering back to when he wasn't. He's remembering back to the relationship, because they were dating, that he had with Melanie. Okay? So it's significant. Dante's past memories are significant because he's thinking, and I want to write this down, thinking about when Melanie was not a mother. Okay? So that's our first important point in our timeline. Thinking back to when Melanie wasn't a mother. Okay. Sorry, Steve, partly. Do you want to do it in my book so I can put it? Got it? Got it? Thank you. Yeah. Basic one. Not helpful. Right, Kathleen, seriously now. Being really silly. No, Kathleen, seriously, keep on being always silly. I was going to say, can you see it properly? So let's put it with the visualising Kathleen. Are you okay with it then? Yeah? Copy it down, please. Okay? So, I'll read this to the whiteboard. The next thing we have is, look at the middle of page 12. Okay? How does the focus shift and develop? So it goes from Dante's past memories to what? Look at the very middle of page 12. What's going on? What do they start to talk about now? It's before the birth certificate. What happens before the birth certificate? Middle of page 12, before the birth certificate, what happens? Caleb? Perfect. Middle of page 12. So what happens? Right, come on girls, both of you, I want you to no serious girls. Girls, I want you to I know, you two, I know how well you have worked together, yeah? Because you've been working really, really well for me, like the past 5 lessons, it's been amazing. So carry on being amazing, please. Put me through. Yeah? Show me how we can work together. You've been great until now. Okay, so. Well, the next instruction will be very different. Oh, no. Okay. No, you've got one yet. And you're not going to get there, are you? You're not going to get there. You're going to have a good run to lesson. Right, so Kelly's absolutely right. In the middle of page 12, the writer does something quite clever. Mary Blackman switches the attention to Emma. So as soon as you come to page 12, I want to put the focus shifts to baby Emma. Why might it do this? Why is the focus shift to the baby? Because what are we about to find out? Page. Perfect. What do we call it here, eh? When something happens that predicts a future event. Charlotte? Got Ben? Perfect, Ben. Really good. So I will move signal too. Okay? So focus shift to baby Emma, and we can put here it foreshadows what's about to be revealed. Okay? So it does indeed, it foreshadows it. The focus shifts to Emma because we're about to find something out about Emma. Right, you get this down? Yeah? Let's show you something happy. So we've gone from take past memories, thinking for Melanie wasn't a mother, think about the good times we had with her. So the middle of page 12, where the writer chooses to shift the focus away from Melanie and towards the baby because something is about to happen. And then finally, we have the end of page 13. Now, what happens at the end of page 13? How does the writer here build tension? How does she build us up to the final reveal? So find page 13 and read back from what she says. So unless she says that Dan said you'll be down, Emma's our daughter, she says that. But you have to read before that. How is Mallory Blackman now building tension? How is she drawing this big reveal out? What do you think? Girls, no, seriously. Would you, right, before anything else happens, you're first to hear this. So really deep thing. I know you think calm down, I might have to be away from you a bit. No? You're in a good spot being rated. Girls, that's all. Move, both moving a bit quietly. Good. So basically, he said, so if we look on page 13, it says she didn't even have to say anything. Okay? So basically, Dante already knows. Okay, at the end of 13, he already knows that Dante was a mother. So sorry, Dante, that Melanie was a mother. Okay? So, end of page 13, you can say, tension is built. All the windows are closed. Tension is built because Dante cannot believe, either for E, that Melanie is a mother. Okay? So now we've got a really good idea on our timelines of how just across these 2 pages, okay, Molly Blackman has built tension. And she's built tension by going from Dante's past, when he's thinking to just fancy out with Melanie without the baby, so we're away from the situation. And then suddenly the focus shifts to baby, which foreshadows, as Ben said, what's going to happen next. And then it takes forever to get to the big reveal, because Dante can't believe that Melanie is a mother.
Melanie cry after this house, and it's that I was the baby and Dante gets the one with the baby.
You've been talking to her, haven't you? You've been getting secret information from your class. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it, dude. Good
It's on the back of her book. Hang on, yeah, it is on the back of her book.
It's on the back of the book. Okay. I'm going to come around and check everyone's done the timeline. Perfect.
And Melanie just not return now.
Does this go private then? I know.
They're definitely not sorted. And they have laces, so I don't know how to put them on.
So, year 8, really well done for that, because that's not easy. Structure is not easy, and that was all your ideas you're able to feed back. Okay? So now, we need to read, before we do anything else, we do need to make a start on... Is it? Well, in that case, we need to make a start on...
Yes. It goes to Adam, or to Dante to Adam, to Dante to Adam.
Okay, thank you. Take care of the pages. I just want to read it. Right. We're on 1, 2. Think before you shout out, and before you say anything.
4 pages.
That you shouldn't be stopped. Later, you can read the first page, you can read page 14, and then I will take volunteers for the second page. Oh, chapter 2 is on page 14. Yeah. Right, we need to be quiet then. Right, I'll go later.
How much did this stuff? I've woken up with a sticking headache, and my morning was rapidly going downhill from her. I made the mistake of not hiding how much my head was hurting when I came down for breakfast. Adam, another headache? Dad frowned at me as I sat at the kitchen table. I nodded. Thousands of wild seeds.
Wildebeest.
Stampeding through my head again. Is it a bad one, asked Dad? It's not good. I was not thinking back and forth across my temple for the last couple of weeks. I've been getting irregular, but really bad headache. Why don't you get over yourself and take some painkillers? My brother started grumbling. Because my body is a temple, I informed him. You know I don't believe in popping pills. It's called the popping pills to take a couple of paracetamol when your head is hurting, Dancy argued. I'm not taking any tablets, okay, after that. Suffer then, said Dancy, eventually.
Evenly. Good. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
No way. I mean, no way. It's not that bad. Like, I just been having problems in his head. It's the knee. I said, pushing away my door. Cause like, just the sight of them making up to I just need to lie down for a while. It feels like the beginning of a migraine. He's been having headaches with rheumatic coloring, green stool, said Catherine. Thoughtfully, are you sure? Are you sure? No. Don't you start nagging too, I said. Percy gave me a frosty look. We're at pieces for giving around. I don't usually confuse around too well under the head. I told my brother. It was a bit unfair, I know, but the only words were that the back of copyright was complicated. These substances were already breaking out all over my body, but I hate sweating. What matter? I said. It was no big deal, I said. I really didn't want to get into this now. Apparently the ball hit Adam on the head, said Nancy. Luckily, his head is totally empty. There's no hole in his skull. Adam, you never told me that. Sounds bad. There was nothing to tell, I replied. I just headed to a goal where I should have stood. I'm surprised I took the influence of the back.
Let's go, Harrison. Read the sentence. Very good. Yeah, so you may as well, Captain, read both pages, a little bit on page 17. Medicinal. Good. Okay, well read, Captain. Okay, so we've now read chapter 2. Let's start with this. I don't think we've got into this an awful lot. So this was further back in chapter 1. Okay? What do we think has happened to Dante? This is the quote that actually is mentioned. I remember that Dad had wanted to take some. He was always taking photos. After she died, Dad had picked up the camera again. So what has happened to her, first of all? She died, good. Do you have any indication of how she died? Not big one. Look, the camera is really important because an effect on you. Jamie? You really miss it, good. Charlie?
That was the last thing that we both had page saying, and we both put pictures next to each other.
Oh, lovely, Charlie. Really, I really like that. I really like that idea. It's like that was their thing, wasn't it? Dad liked taking pictures. Dante's dad liked taking pictures of the mother. That was their thing that they liked that together. Since she died, that can't happen again. Okay? He hasn't picked it up because he doesn't want to. It brings back certain memories. Really nice answer, Charlie. How does he feel? How do we think he feels as a single parent? How do we think he feels as a single dad from this quote? How does he feel? Yeah. Yeah. I really think he is. I think he might have struggled. Was it a child said he's been taken over, sorry?
He doesn't want to move around the inside, he just wants to stay alone.
Yeah, really, he doesn't, well, he doesn't want to, but he can't get over it, can he? Dante's dad cannot get over it. And that's an important part. Dante's father plays a really important part for Dante in this book. Okay? So we're going to be a little bit away of a read lesson today. We actually need to next read chapters. Well, chapter 3 absolutely did it. I think we will read quickly. You know what? You could probably, because chapters 3 and 4, they're quite short, actually. So let's have some more reading. Later you've read loads, so let's go and get a little bit at this stage. So Jamie, can you start on page 18 for me? I'll try and get some more readers. And Lucas, well done, thank you for volunteering. Lucas 19, and then, Georgina 20. So, chapter 3, start us off with Jamie. Well, Jamie Lucas. So wherever you put with this, and then Georgina, last page of 23. Pardon? No, page 20, bro. No, but last page is page 23. You don't mind?
Yeah, someone called out that we should get a room. So you literally so we snuck off. So this is just that. I never known the big room as we went up the stairs with we were holding hands as big from members so and I had a bottle in the hand. Something alcoholic, I can't remember what. We went into the first room, we came to the door and I took a spoon of my drink. And then the deal we started pushing the snack shop. Pushing the first counted everywhere. The one and only time. Pushing them. For 3 minutes. Barely begin. They have been a place in it's like not practice and personality intelligence. It kind of pushed me up. I remember thinking, is that it then? All there is to it. So how could one happen that lasted? And no, that was the wrong word. It hadn't lasted. It wasn't meant to last, and certainly not in the state of a, oh my god. My gaze fell away from Melanie to the quickly being pieces of the bed. A baby, a child, myself, I don't believe you. I was on my feet again. My name's not even on the bed. How can you restore its mind?
Perfect. Well read, everyone. And we've made some pretty good heading as well. So, can you please make sure you place that way? And Stacey, we sit all on the level.
Oh, God damn it.
In the box. Right, Jane.
That seems to happen a lot of times in movies when they get drunk. I think everyone does.
That's what that means.
Yeah, I was about to say, you really find out what's going on. Yeah. Don't leave it safe, do you?
home with you, more relevant. I'm going left. I'm choosing last round. I'm joining you guys. Here's some Scott as well. Scott joining the party. It's a more bloody sexy shot. Scott's been out. Come on, you're it's raining on. Now he's just got a sexy. He was sexy. Hello. We all know what happened then. Hi, Liam! 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 It's raining! It's pouring, the old man's fault. What's pouring? The old man... We're all gonna keep going part ways. Liam! Let's go, guys! It's just come on! Liam! Am I the only one who's got the coat on? Hey, he wants to take off. No, it's just a car so we can drive out of here. Okay, easy. Where you going? Where do you go when you come to that big part room? What? Because my dad takes me to this, that's another thing. My dad, well... At least you look at my dad. So, you... Where do you go? I go left.
Oh. I'm that way.
Oh, you go straight.
Yeah, I'm going straight with mine.
There is not funny angles, Liam, so perfect definition of Liam. See you later. See you later, Lucas. Yeah, just to get a car. I wait the whole way. My phone's on mute. See you later, Lucas. Bye! The departure is so quick, so like Lucas is trying to early. There he goes, racing down the road. He's gonna be on in 2. 15:08. And actually do this so I can put that in there. Come on, please, I need it to come up. you gonna call? B. Why? I don't know. Why not? Give me a ring, I'll even know my own phone number. If you hear that breeze, give 911 a call. If you hear thunder, give 911 a call. If you hit your mom, give 911 a call. If you hear Watch your Facebook.